But it wasn't written by one person. There's 4 different gospels. There's a whole group of people involved in it. But one thing I will say, they're all basically Paulinists. So there are people who have already, been co-opted into the Pauline movement, if you want to call it that. And this is basically Gentile Christianity. I don't think even Paul isn't a Jew. He's an Herodian, but nobody knows that because no one looks at these things seriously. They like to listen to the, lovely butterflies in the sky aspects to it, and they like pretty things. Oh, the Romans were certainly somewhat behind him, but since he was an Herodian family member, that whole contingent of people who were members and associated in their power with that family and with the Roman power would certainly have been pleased or felt better because of a pacification and Romanization of a revolutionary movement in Palestine. So this is what we get in the scripture, in the Pauline letters, and so on. Gentile nations who accepted them for some, but it didn't happen immediately. It happened over a 1,000-year period. It wasn't something immediate. Then it becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire under Constantine. And once that happens, you're going to get a huge amount of people coming in, and that's what happened. Of course, you have the barbarian so-called invasions that interrupt the process substantially. So he ends up moving the whole thing to Constantinople, because it isn't going to survive on the Italian peninsula. And he moves the whole thing to Constantinople, and that becomes called Constantinople after him. And that becomes the center of his Christianity for the next, number of 300 or 400 years until, Constantinople is taken by the Muslims and the Arabs until Christianity takes it in the 16th century and so on and so forth. But Rome becomes the center after the Arabs take over Constantinople. So things begin to center in Rome. But these people are coming in under a lot of different pressures and things from the period 300 to 600 or so. So you don't get a huge influx into Christianity in the 100, 200s. So, but the Christianity they're coming into is a very friendly, imperial friendly form, that's been totally Paulinized. They wouldn't come into the Dead Sea Scrolls, I can assure you. That you can even laugh at that. And maybe that's good. They're happy and it's nice. It creates a nice fellowship and kinship. That's good. But I'm talking historically. I'm not talking about feel-good positions. I'm feeling what the history is. Now, the book of Acts, which is similar to the gospel material, for the first 15 chapters is ahistorical. But in chapter 16, that's where a shift occurs. You get what's called the We document, which is obviously based on someone's travel document, probably Luke's. And suddenly you're talking about, we did this, I did this. It starts with the so-called Jerusalem conference in chapter 16, where James gives the instructions. James, he appears out of nowhere. How come he suddenly appears in the book of Acts? Before that, we had James and John, the son of Zebedee, or Zippity-Doo-Dah, as I like to call them. I mean, these are not historical figures. These are not, you can't prove these people, and they're not even functioning by the time James appears. And the book of Acts doesn't even tell us who this James is. It called him originally in Paul, James, the brother of Jesus, but it never introduced him to us. And then suddenly James is leading the early church in Acts 16 at the so-called Jerusalem conference, and he's giving instructions to everyone what they should do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and there's no prelude. Well, anyway, it goes on like that for the next 10 chapters or so. Santiago de Compostela. And Santiago is, guess what? St. James. And St. James de Compostela. So every Christian thinks, oh, we're going to see James, the son of Zebedee. No, you're not. No, you're not. this is a fictionalized character probably, but we don't know anything about what happened to that character. Even I always say James, the son of James and John, the sons of Zippity Doodah. I mean, that's a created twosome to cover up the other James. So suddenly they disappear in the Gospels, and James suddenly appears in the latter part of the book of Acts. What happened is James was thrown off the temple wall, according to Josephus and Eusebius, and he was buried where he fell in below the temple wall there in Jerusalem. Probably it was never probably an ossuary even for his name, but at some point some people probably dug him up. I think some Armenians, because the Armenians say that his bones were in their church. And when the Muslims come, they probably had the opportunity to take the bones away, or felt they had to take the bones away. And where did they take them? Probably to Santiago de Compostela. And that's where people are making their pilgrimage to this very day, and rightly so, but they don't know which James they're going to. And I think it's the real James, not the fictionalized one. The Dead Sea Scrolls are absolutely 100% behind the law, maybe, and they don't approve of rabbinic Judaism, which is interpreting the law somewhat like Christianity is, to make it survivable within the Roman Empire, so that the rabbinic Jews don't get slaughtered in the way the Qumran type Jews, the Zealot type Jews, the Messianic Jews, as I would call them. And Jesus is reportrayed as a Paulinist in the Gospels. And we have a Paulinized Jesus, whoever Jesus was. We don't have enough historical data about Jesus other than the Gospels. So if you put the Gospels aside, you almost have nothing, if he even existed as such, because we have historical material about James quite a lot in the early church fathers. That's why I could write a 1,000-page book about James, because we have quite a huge amount of material about James, so we can reconstruct what James was. And then when you start to reconstruct him, you begin to see that in Christian literature, why would this be happening? Everyone is calling him James the Just, James the Righteous One, James the Tzaddik, James the Righteous Teacher. In effect, James parallels, once you move the date of the scrolls back to contemporary materials with his movement, James's movement parallels the scroll movement. And once you see there's a teacher that parallels James and is always called a Tzaddik and is the teacher of righteousness, then the two can be amalgamated, and you finally have that the scrolls are the Messianic movement in Palestine, which is why I subtitled this one book here, my latest collection of essays, A New Interpretation of the Messianic Movement in Palestine. That's the name I now give to the Dead Sea Scrolls when I write about it. It's the actual Messianic movement in Palestine, but it's not pro-Roman. It doesn't like Roman centurions. It doesn't believe in turning the other cheek. It believes in the final apocalyptic war against all evil on earth, led by the holy angels who are going to come down to their camps. I started with that and I'll finish with that. The holy angels are coming down to their camps. How and why? They have to be so righteous that the holy angels can join the camps. If there's any impurity in the camps or whatever, the holy angels will be subjected to it, lose their purity, and not be able to go back up to heaven. They have to, in order to come down and go back up to heaven, enter a perfectly righteous camp. That's why they're bathing all the time. They're immersing daily. They're daily bathers. That's why they're following all these purity regulations down to the last letter of the law, because I know to us it strikes us as romantically bizarre, but they believe the angels are coming down into their camps, and with the angels they have their atomic bomb. And that is going to make the difference. I'm sure the War of 66 was envisioned in that way, but all these bad things happen on the way, and they ended up at Masada. They don't have the holy angels joining their camps, unfortunately, but they do end up on Masada committing suicide.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Give me a Yahoo if I can be heard, family. Give me a Yahoo if I can be heard. Abundant blessings to everyone in the chat. Bless up. Bless up. I salute you all in the name of the Creator. Bless up. Let's work. 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 Let's see, bang. Bang. I got me some Yahoos up in the chat. We looking good. Yes, sir. We looking good. Bless up. Bless up. Bro. See all the brothers and sisters up in here in the building. Y'all see the topic. The title is Nazarene Edition Part 107. 107. History versus Literature Part 4. The Star Prophecy. The Star Prophecy. Yeah. What fueled it all? What fueled a lot of the uprising? I don't even like to call it a revolt. You know what I mean? It's an uprising. It's a righteous rebellion, basically. Like if the police roll on y'all right now and try to impose their way on you and you got to put up a jack-naked statue of Caesar in your temple, in your personal place, and pledge your allegiance to Caesar. You understand? You got to submit to all type of subjugation. And man, look, you gonna stand up and fight. You gonna say something. You ain't gonna just say thank you, sir. May I have another? You know what I mean? You ain't just finna sit around and just take it and say it's all good because I'm not supposed to say nothing. You dig? And that's in essence what these brothers did. I was talking to a brother the other day, and he was like, "Brothers, we need to repent." And I'm like, "Bro, they were standing up against being Hellenized or being romanticized. Think about it. You dig? You subject to foreign taxation. That means you forever gonna be in poverty as a people. You understand? There are foreign kings, foreign priests, foreign judges. You dig? All these are Herodians or appointed by the Herodians and the Romans. You see what I'm saying? They're being taxed, and on top of that, there's a naked statue of Caesar in all the temples and synagogues. Huh? And he's on the money. That's why I showed y'all last week the bros had printed their own money. The boy has his own money. Yeah. So I still got that article. We may show that later on too. You understand? But those brothers, just like in the time of Judah Maccabee and them, we don't ever say, "Oh, they need to repent," even though all of them ended up dying eventually, standing up or resisting or refusing to be subjugated and dominated by Greek Hellenization. We salute the Maccabees to this day and be like, "Man, I want some soldiers, man." That's why you do the dedication. Because the brothers stood up. And even in rabbinical Judaism, they don't even bring up Judah Maccabee or Mattathias and his sons, Judah Maccabee and his brothers and them. They don't even bring them up. They talk about some miracle that's in the Talmud. The Talmud. We only had enough oil for the menorah. The menorah is a 7-branch candlestick. All right. This is where the 8 and 9 branch come in, dealing with what you got today as rabbinical Judaism, right? We only had enough oil for one day for the light to burn on the candlestick, and it burned for 8 days. That's why we got an 8 candlestick. Now the menorah the candlestick has always been a 7 branch, and it's esoteric and science behind that as well, mathematics as well, too. You dig? So they only talk about that, some mysterious miracle that happened. They don't even bring up Judah Maccabee. They don't even bring up Mattathias and his sons, Judah Maccabee, Jonathan, Simeon. You dig? John Hyrcanus. You know what I mean? How them brothers, the Hasmonean dynasty held it for like 100 years. They the ones that had it before Herod and them got it. You see? But see, every Israelite know it's against the Torah, ain't it? To be up under foreign rule. You are not to appoint him king over you who is not your brother. So being that Herod is an Idumean or an Edomite, that's a problem in itself. Being that your priests your judges, all these are Herodians or appointed by the Herodians and the Romans. That's a problem. So you got those who was pro-establishment and those that was like, we not about to sit down and take that. Nah, we good. And just like in the time of the Maccabees, watch this. Just like in the time of the Maccabees, it was bros that was like, look, you did, we gonna bang in the shade then. If y'all remember 300, they was like, he's gonna shoot so many arrows, it's gonna block out the sun. And the old boy, the Spartan, was like, we gonna bang in the shade then. You had brothers that was like that was like, look, we don't care what the outcome is. We not about to bow a knee to that. Right? Similar to brothers today, when you be hearing certain legislation get passed and what's being allowed up in your schools and the gender neutrality and the war that's being forced on our short letters. You look, that zeal rise up in you, don't it? Huh? That zeal that the outsiders will label you what? Radical for it. Now let me ask you something. Does that zeal make you non-messianic, or you don't believe in Messiah now? Because, or you don't believe in concepts or ideologies of Mashiach. You don't believe in teachings no more. You see, these brothers understood what it was like. If we don't stand up and say something, and some were willing to put hands on you and cut you. Others was like, look, we're not even going to get bloody. It's a lot of it seems that were passive, you know what I mean? A lot of them was like, we ain't going to get bloody, but what we ain't going to do is bow a knee to none of that. So if they kill us, they kill us. And it was like that in the time of the Maccabees too. Right? It was some that was like, well, look, if they come against us and we doing Shabbat, then that's just what it is. But then you had the bros was like, we don't care if it's the Shabbat. We don't care if it's a Friday. We don't care if it's 3 a.m. We gonna get it on. You dig? Salute. So these are the type of brothers you're dealing with. All right. There was a messianic movement coming out of first century Judea or Palestine, man. You dig? Nobody really want to talk about. You dig? And it really until the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Josephus go into it, but you know, he's compromised, being he quotes himself once as a rebel leader. And now he adopts the name Flavian. Like he's adopted into the family, Flavius Josephus. But he talks a lot about, you understand, things that was going on, man. But hey, that movement coming out of Palestine or Judea was so real and sophisticated that them brothers printed their own coins. Ain't damn brother talking about he black power revolutionary. Ain't damn one of these niggas invented their own money or together enough to say, look, nigga, we can affect the economy. We so powerful with bodies and numbers, we print our own money. We teach our own children. We feed our own children. We protect our own wives. That's how solid these bros were. And true off this, we ain't even, look, it's so much madness going on with what's going on in Jerusalem. We out here in the wilderness, in our own communities. You see? So look, let me show y'all some of this, man. Let me show y'all some of this. Let's get into it. All right. That's the Robert Eisman. You dig? I see all y'all in the chat. My brother Print Blake in the building. Bless up. Cosmon Cal. My brother. Y'all go like, subscribe, and share. Cal P. Now look, if you got virgin ears, don't go there. Cal P. Hey, Cal P is like some off the wall shit that had everybody like, huh? What is he talking about? You dig? And then he gotta, bring it out and all that. You dig? But salute to the God, Cal P, man. Good brother. You dig? Yosef the Nazarene in the building. My brothers from DC, Maryland, and all the in between. DMV, bless up. YAH'KI, my Nazarite brethren, bless up. Salute, Kings. The word. DC Sniper, Dreadful Cosmon in the building. Yeah. Trump do got his face on some money. Don't he? That's crazy. The point is, how you gonna fight any type of underground movement or resistance against the oppressor, and you need him, and you need his money to finance your movement? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Bless up. Who else we got up in here? I got my brother Prince in the building. Hey, bro, you said you was up in church this morning, huh, bro? Okay, bless up. BC in the building. Bless up. All right. Fire Talk Radio in the building. Don Yehuda. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. You did. Go ahead and tap in with the bros, man. Tap in with the gods. Brothers, good brothers, man. Tap on in. I see y'all in the building. My brother Dion M777. Bless up, King. What's the word, brother? Shalom. Zion, bless up. AJ Yehuda, bless up. Anna Nails, bless up. I see you, Anna. Anybody on Facebook is just saying Facebook use on StreamYard. So if y'all want to drop y'all names, it's all good. Pamela J in the building. I see you. Elizabeth Weaver. I see you. Shalom. Blessings to everybody. Set Apart Living TV. Shout out to the Nazarene Faith is Sisterhood channel. They'll be live in a couple hours too. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. You understand? Tap in and hear some understanding coming out of our beloved sisters, daughters of the Creator. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. All right, I see y'all in the building. Sheila Shalom, blessings, King. Bless up, bless up. I was getting some of this. Now, one thing that Robert Eisman said that may have rocked anybody's boat that was listening is that the Gospels basically seem to be influenced by Paul's letters. Whoever wrote him, he said, was a Paulinist, right? When he first said it, I was like, dang, dude, tripping. What do you mean by that? Right? What do you mean by that? Because surely the Gospels were written before Paul's letters were written, right? I mean, surely. Because I always thought that just was the case. I didn't think Paul's letters were written before. Let's go see. Let's go see. Let's go see. Let's go see. Maybe I'm talking crazy. You dig? Class in session. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. We love y'all too. Bless up. Bless up. Bless up. I'm going to drop this article too in the chat for y'all, man. All right. This is from the Huffington Post. Huffington Post or Huff Post. All right. A chronological New Testament. This actually was written October the 31st. Wow. Well, August the 31st, 2012, and updated or edited October 31st, 2012. All right. Let me go ahead and put this in the chat for y'all. Let me transparent with our sources. Ain't my information anyway. I'm just passing it along. All right, you got to watch these mealy-mouthed Negroes act like they got monopoly over information. Ain't none of this stuff ours. Ain't none of this stuff ours. All we doing is researching. All you doing is going back over what somebody else searched out. None of you Negroes got no pickaxe. None of you Negroes got no funding to start digging up somewhere. Over here arguing. My brother say, the Israelites, hey, man. Hey, boy, yeah, you was one of them real zealous back in the day, HICKMAN. I can already tell. You love ruffling feathers. Salute. All right, so look. Let's read this. Let me zoom out so y'all can see it. Okay, a chronological New Testament. A chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. It contains the same 27 documents, right? The same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were written. Now, why would this is very, very important. Very, very, very important. Y'all see this? Unless chronological order doesn't matter. You mean to tell me if you understood certain things were done in chronological order, your understanding wouldn't be different? Look at this. And as you come down here, I'm gonna zoom in a little more. These vertical words is the order in which it really was written in. Now answer me this: how is it that how was Paul writing letters before the apostles? History versus literature. You got to understand what you're dealing with, man. We'll give a few examples on the literature. We're going to the Bible. We're going to the New Testament. We'll show a few. But if you look at these vertical lines right here, these vertical words, all the way to the far left, you got 1 Thessalonians. That was written first. Galatians, 2nd. 1 Corinthians, 3rd. Philemon, 4th. Philippians, 5th. 2 Corinthians, 6th. Romans, 7th. Then Mark. And Mark wasn't even no eyewitness of Yahshua. There was a gospel published under the name of Mark after Paul drops 8 epistles. What are we even talking about here? So when he said that whoever wrote the Gospels was more than likely Paul in this, meaning they were influenced by what Paul was doing, Paul's movement, or Saul of Tarsus, right? It started to make more sense to me. Dang, hold on. You mean tell me the Gospels came out after a lot of Paul's work? After Mark, you get James. Then you get Colossians, Paul. Then you get Matthew. Then you get Hebrews. Some say Hebrews was Paul. Some say Barnabas. All right, but that's a possible Paul. Then you get John. Then you get Ephesians, Paul. Then you get Revelations, John, Jude, 1 John, 2 John, 3 John. Then you get back to Luke. That's Paul's boy. Luke never met Mashiach either. You talking about the historic? So you got Mark and Luke who were not even actual. That's why you don't see them on no apostle list nowhere. Mark and Luke. Mark came along later. I believe he's Peter's or Barnabas' nephew or something like that. You understand? But he wasn't no direct apostle. All right, but you got Luke, who was Paul's boy. Luke also wrote Acts, Paul's boy. 2nd Thessalonian, Paul. 1 Peter. 1 Timothy, Paul. 2 Timothy, Paul. Titus, Paul. That means Paul started out writing the New Testament, and he was the last one to write in the New Testament. He started it and ended it. If you want to talk chronological order. You want to talk chronological order in which the New Testament was written down? Paul started it and he ended it. He was the first one speaking and the last one speaking. Good night, boy. Good night. Now let's read some of this. Let's read some of this. We cooking today. Don't spill your coffee. Do not spill your coffee. A chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. It contains the same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were written. The familiar New Testament begins with the Gospels and concludes with Revelation for obvious reasons. Jesus is the central figure of Christianity, and so the New Testament begins with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Revelation, and check out this, Matthew wasn't even written before Mark. Good night, man. Matthew starts the New Testament, but in chronological order or in historical order in which it was written or published, Mark came first. Look at it. Revelation is about the last things and the second coming of Jesus. So it makes sense that it comes at the end. Revelation and the Gospels function as bookends for the New Testament. Everything else comes between. Now, trip off this. No, they don't. Chronologically, 1 Thessalonians and Titus function as bookends for the New Testament. It's your boy Paul, man, Saul of Tarsus. And he got more influence on what you all call the faith than you believe. I know it's hard to swallow. All right. Everything else comes in between. Acts, 13 letters attributed to Paul, 8 attributed to other Christians, and 8 attributed to other early Christian figures. Ain't that something? Wow. A chronological New Testament sequences the documents very differently. Its order is based on contemporary mainstream biblical scholarship. Contemporary mainstream biblical scholarship. Though there is uncertainty about dating some of the documents, there is a scholarly consensus about the basic framework. So they're keeping it solid with you. You understand? Let you know that some scholars disagree here and there, but there is a scholarly consensus. Meaning there's a body of scholars, you understand, that supports this in this not entirety, but majority. Look at this right here. It begins with 7 letters. It begins with 7 letters attributed to Paul. Your New Testament should start off with 7 letters attributed to Paul. Paul was writing letters or understanding on his movement, or the faith, everybody calls it, His stuff was written before the apostles. Yeah. You think that's a coinky dink? Oh, brother, you don't believe no more, brother. See, you don't believe. And not one time have you heard me say throw any of it away. Keep it all. Keep it all, and let's dive in it. Let's see what we run into. You see that? Look at this right here. It begins with 7 letters attributed to Paul, all from the 50s. So remember this. But Messiah, according to biblical scholarship, or biblical consensus, would have died in the 30s. So you mean to tell me the first one writing anything about an historical man that lived, walked this earth, had brothers, had sisters, had cousins, had a family? You mean to tell me the first one to write about this man is a man that never met him 2 decades later? The first one, and look, when we supposed to believe his stuff, the first one to write about a quote unquote historical Jesus, if you want to put him out there as that, was a man that never met him. And he writes about this 2 decades after the historical man's death. And he dropped 7 of them before those who really knew him even dropped 1. He dropped 7 of them before Mark even dropped some, who wasn't no direct apostle. You don't find that ironic. You don't find that funny. Yeah, that's funny. That same man got Roman citizenship. Huh? That same man is a Herodian. And that same man is on record after his conversion cursing the apostles. And you mean to tell me that same man, his letters are bookends of the New Testament if you're talking about chronologically? 1 Thessalonians was written first. Titus was written last. Wow. Okay. Look at this. It begins with 7 letters attributed to Paul, all from the 50s. The first gospel was Mark, not Matthew, written around 7. So trip about this. All the gospels that we call gospels, all that was written after the war with Rome, after the uprising that we had against Rome. And we were attacked in that war, y'all. We didn't attack them. We were attacked. Salute the brothers, man. Salute the elders and ancestors, man. They was defending themselves. Salute. You dig? Lesson to be learned too, because when we was together, we was handling them. We allow infighting and all that, man. You dig? Straight up. Now look at this right here. It says, Revelation is not last, but almost in the middle, written in the 90s. 12 documents follow Revelation. Wow. So Revelation is not the last book of the New Testament. It is in your contemporary Bible. But in a chronological order, no, Revelation. It's 12 other documents that follow Revelation. With 2 Peter the last, written as late as near the middle of the 2nd century. That's how we know that 2 Peter was not written by the apostle Simon, Shimon, Kepha, Peter. Because 2 Peter was not written until what? Late as near the middle of the 2nd century. So it couldn't have been written by him. So in 2 Peter 3 and 15, when Peter's bigging up Paul, that ain't even Peter talking. And I actually got church fathers' testimony on that. 1,700 years ago saying the same thing. All right. 1,600 years ago, the church fathers didn't even believe 2 Peter came from Peter. All right. Now look at this right here. A chronological New Testament is not only about sequence, but also about chronological context, the context and time, the historical context in which each document was written. Words have their meaning within their temporal context. And the New Testament and the Bible as a whole, facts. So when you put in chronological order, now you got to bring the chronological context as well, historical context. All right, context and time. Because chronology is what? Study of time. Time matters. Look at this. Seeing and reading the New Testament in chronological sequence matters for historical reasons. It illuminates Christian origins. Much becomes apparent. All right, look at this. Look at this. Beginning with 7 of Paul's letters illustrates that there were vibrant Christian communities spread throughout the Roman Empire before there were written gospels. Before there were written gospels. His letters provide a window into the life of very early Christian communities. So yeah, Paul's letters, even though Paul was off, his letters are very valuable. Josephus was off, but his work is very valuable. Because without the letters and without Josephus, the war of the Jews and the antiquities, we would have basically nothing to go on. Nothing. It did, but the thing is, if you really sit down, slow down, and read them, then you're gonna see it through an historical lens and say, "Oh, okay." And that's what it is. A lot of our people are comfortable in their understanding and belief, and they're not at the point to where they're ready to challenge that. I understand. Look at this. Placing the Gospels after Paul. Look at this. Placing the Gospels. Now pay attention. Pay attention to this. It's a series. Placing the Gospels after Paul makes it clear that as written documents, they are not the source of early Christianity, but its product. Do y'all hear this? What is we even talking about her? What is we even talking about? That's why, man, whatever you read, you're supposed to take what you can and apply that to your life today to affect righteous change today. If you can't, you're dealing with dead information. You ain't supposed to be out here bound to nothing but your creator, period. You understand? You don't know the agenda. You don't know the power structure. You don't know the psyop. You don't know the COINTELPRO, the intelligence. You don't know the editing, the redacting. You don't know how many people been burned alive, how many heads been chopped off. You understand? You don't even, look, you don't know the half. You don't know the math behind none of this. Because when you start out on this type of journey and look at it through the history, oh my Lord, good night is what I'm saying. And then you realize this, there's a lot of fiddling going on. You did, but you're not about to play me. I refuse to get played and strung along like I'm some type of toy or something. You see this? Placing the Gospels after Paul makes it clear that it's written documents. The Gospels, they are not the source. They are not the source of early Christianity, but its product. So when Robert Eisenman said that whoever wrote the Gospels are Paulinist, he didn't bring up the Huffington Post. There's an article I found. Because historically speaking, chronologically speaking, Paul's letters were written before the Gospels. Before one Gospel was ever written, Paul had 7 letters out there already. And his first letter dropped 20 years after the death of a man he never met. You dig? But even if you still want to take what he's saying at face value, at least be real with yourself and say, yeah, that is suspect, though. That's suspect. You dig? Can't nobody force you to believe or receive nothing. The good news of and about Jesus existed before the Gospels. Yeah. Paul's letters. They are the products of early Christian communities several decades after Jesus' historical life, and tells us how these communities saw significance in their historical context. You mean to tell me that the Gospels are products of Christian communities and not the apostles? What is we even talking about here? What are we even talking about? And trip off this, y'all. These are not Judean communities. These are not Palestinian communities. These are overseas communities, Roman communities. Why else you think after the uprising against Rome, salute the bros, man. Salute the kings and queens that refuse to subjugate themselves and bow down to that Roman romanticization. Naked statues of Caesar and all that. I salute that. I'd have been right with you 2,000 years ago. I salute that. You understand? Because one thing we ain't finna do. Look, we gonna keep it real first. One thing we ain't gonna do is bow to a naked statue of Caesar, declare him as God or Messiah. You understand? And we ain't about to come on outside and call Vespasian Messiah either. We ain't gonna do that. But these are the Gospels are products of early Christian communities, several decades after the historical life of Yahshua. So a Matthew, a John, and all that did not write the Gospels. A pseudepigrapher or pseudo-anonymous, meaning it's composed and Mark's name is put on it. Matthew's name is put on it. Peter's name is put on it. That's how you're able to get a second Peter in the 2nd century, but it couldn't be from Peter who lived in the 1st century. People, that's how a lot of this stuff was going on back during the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries, leading up to the formation of what you call Christianity being received as an official religion by the Roman Empire. A lot of things were being written out, being produced by these communities in Greek, but it was pseudo-anonymous, meaning it would have the name of a Matthew or Abraham and Enoch, but Enoch didn't write it. Abraham didn't write it. Matthew didn't write it. Why? Because the people who are writing it live after the lives of the people that they're supposedly writing about. They're backdating. They're backdating. They're backdating. I know that's hard to understand, man, but you dealing with history, that's what has happened here. All right? Show y'all that too. We're going to look up pseudepigrapher. All right? You're going to see. Definition of pseudepigrapher. All right, things are being written, overwritten, underwritten, rewritten, backdated. Pseudepigrapher definition. Not gonna see. It's real easy. It's real easy. What you thought the Testament of Abraham and the pseudepigrapher was written actually by him? Or what about the Apocalypse of Elijah? What about the Testament of Solomon? One of them testaments of Abraham. Abraham lived to be 995 years old, Jack. I say, dang. How we going to rectify that with him being 175 years dying everywhere else? And when the death angel was sent to him, he rebuked the nigga. He told him he wasn't ready to die. I said, damn, Abraham a G in her. You know what I mean? But it's when you hear people say pseudo, and that ain't necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? Because you're just saying what wasn't canonized or whatever, right? But pseudo means spurious or false is because that's like me writing something today and calling it the Testament of Abraham, and people finding it 1,000 years later, even though Malachi wrote it, people will think Abraham wrote it. You see what I'm saying? That's what, look, like that can happen today that was happening back then. All right. So look, I'm gonna show that to y'all and come right back there. Let's look up this definition. I just looked it up. Y'all get some understanding. Give me a 9 up in the chat. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Hey, Benaiah, that's a good question, bro. I was saying, look, and this is the thing. This is the thing. The whole idea of becoming one with your creator, all right, or what people call a renewed covenant, is what? Everything that you live by based off what you read is supposed to be written inside of you. So it's in you, not on you. Huh? You see what I'm saying? In the end game, you are the book. All you brothers and sisters, you are the book. It's you. It's you. You dig? You are the book. The words of the creator is supposed to be written within your mind and within your heart. That's what it is. So we can find flaws and things in every book written. But what will never flaw you is that voice of the creator that speaks to your soul, Jack, because you are the book. The kingdom of heaven is within. It don't come by observation. You understand? We spend our time looking up and reading in something the whole time. All your answers are where they're supposed to be. You dig? So, I mean, for instance, I hold fast to the teachings. You understand? When it come down to love your neighbors yourself and all that, and none but the creator, that's solid. Like, you did? Hero Israel, the creator is one. That's solid. Makes sense to me. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it really comes down to. We can get religious, but then it would be no difference between us and the Catholics then. I'm saying, at what point do we apply the teachings? You see what I'm saying? And when you apply the teachings of Yahshua, Sermon on the Mount, and all that, when you apply them teachings, the teachings hit home for me. I can't explain that for everybody else. But for me, it's like, oh, that makes sense. Especially in the era in which I'm in. How I need to operate and move. That makes sense. That makes sense. So if anybody claiming to be a messianic, will at least follow the teachings. You understand? And what we're doing is uncovering the historical context. And the best way to find any part of a historical Jesus is to study his historical brother called James. It's plenty of info on him. You did? Because believe it or not, Rome passed you a God. They passed you literature, passed you a God. You did? Passed you holidays. All of us are victims of that war from 2,000 years ago. It's a fact. Rome did create a God. We cannot play and act like that didn't happen. All right? We can't even play and act like Constantine didn't receive a visitation too from the sky. In this sign you shall conquer. Same thing with Paul. I ain't saying it didn't happen. You dig? I ain't here to downplay nobody's spiritual experience. I ain't just say it didn't happen. The thing is it of the creator or not? Because the spiritual world ain't plush meadows and all that all the time. Just like it's righteous and wicked people in the flesh, is righteous and wicked spirits. You dig? It's false gods. And they're a band of misfits. You dig? So, make a long story short, my brother Benaiah, when you reading literature, you reading anything like the writings in the New Testament, Old Testament, anything. All right? Because what you're doing is you're doing that for spiritual nourishment. What I would tell you as your brother is chew the fruit and spit out the seeds. That's it. Bro, you know how to do that. You not a sippy cup, bro. You know how to read something and say, oh, hold on, that don't even sound right. I can pull some stuff up later that we all know don't sound right. Say, yeah, that sounds crazy. You know what I mean? If we being real with ourselves. But if we being religious, then I ain't the one to have a conversation with. Because one thing we gonna do is keep it real first. One thing we gonna do is keep it real first. You know what I mean? Yeah, me too, Cal P. You know what I mean? Real talk. All right, so look, let me show y'all this. And abundant blessings to everybody, man. Believe that. Abundant blessings to everybody. It's good to be above ground. Let me show y'all this real quick. All right, pseudepigrapha. Then we get back to the article. Then, we got some reading to do, too. I just went to the search engine, typed in the definition of pseudepigrapha. Look at this. This is the definition, y'all. I know brothers, man. We just run around. Who got the pseudos? Volume 1, volume 2. You dig? And one thing we never did, not even just the pseudo, and that's just Old Testament pseudepigraphy. There's New Testament pseudepigraphers too, like the infancy of Christ, the Proviangeline of James, and the perpetual virginity of Mary. There's the Shepherd of Hermes, Clement. I done read all of them, man. It's Nag Hammadi Gospels and all that. I done read all that. But we used to run around and be like, man, we got the pseudos, doing classes out of them and everything. You know what I mean? So for any of my brothers, this ain't to drive nobody, because you know me, I still got all that. You did? But look at the definition of it, because you'll find this out. All right? You'll find this out if you just put down the religious lens and pick up the historical lens. And in no way, shape, form, or fashion, should it rock your belief or your knowledge of your creator. What's the worst you're going to find out that happened? Dang, I've been doing something wrong, so now I got a chance to correct it. That's a good thing. So any of my bros listening, check this out. Pseudepigrapha, spurious or pseudonymous writings, especially what? Jewish. Writings ascribed to various biblical patriarchs and prophets, but composed within approximately 200 years of the birth of Jesus. See that? See that? So if it's composed approximately 200 years before the first century common era, then we're talking about second century. Huh? Second century common era. I mean, second century before the common era. You see what I'm saying? And that's when this stuff started getting written down. Around the Maccabean revolt. See that? Hold on, y'all. Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me? All right, now look at this right here. All right. All right, bang, 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 bang. All right, let me get this in right here, y'all. So we see pseudepigrapha, right? So that means when you read in the Testament of Abraham, and if Abraham purportedly lived 2,000, 3,000, even 4,000 years BC, you know what I mean? Then how could he have written something that was written down 200 years before the common era? Right? We tend to read these things, the book of Adam and Eve. You think Adam and Eve wrote that? All right? You think Adam and Eve wrote that? Be real with yourself, man. No, Adam and Eve did not write that at all. All right? Give me a second. I said wrote and written. My bad, brother. So they didn't write any of that. These are pseudepigrapha texts, pseudepigrapha books, you know what I mean? And again, written 200 years before the birth of who they call Jesus Christ. All right, so that means second to third century before the common era. All right, that means Abraham, Enoch. I mean, Enoch didn't write that. Abraham didn't write that. Adam and Eve didn't write that. That don't mean you can't get Jews out of them. I'm saying if we're going to be real with it through the historical lens, who you call your patriarchs did not write these writings that are attributed to them in the pseudepigrapha. If y'all understand what I'm saying, give me an 8 up in the chat. All right, bless up, bless up, bless up. Let me stop the screen real quick. All right, stop the screen. Let's get on back. Let's get on back to it. All right, bang. Get back to this order. All right, look at this. I read again. Placing the Gospels after Paul makes it clear that as written documents, they are not the source of early Christianity, but it's what? But it's what product? The gospel, the good news of and about Jesus existed before the Gospels. They are the products of early Christian communities, not the apostles. See? And just like the pseudepigrapha can be written down and names a tag to the writing, but not really written by the men they claim wrote it. You see, it's the same thing with the New Testament. How you think Second Peter can be written in the middle of the second century, even though an historical Simon Peter or Shimon Kepha lived in the first? So just like the Old Testament pseudepigraphers, were written in a manner to put the names of great men on them, which is impossible for them to have wrote it. I said it right, to have written it, because they lived close to 1,000 years before then. That same process happened with the New Testament. So when you go look at the apocalypse of Zephaniah, the apocalypse of Elijah, you dealing with first, second, and third century BCE, before the Common Era. All that was composed in. You see, that's when it was composed. It wasn't composed by Eliyahu himself, or Elijah himself, or Solomon himself. You dig? These are things written down way later on, and their names are put on it. It's the same thing with the Gospels. They are products of early Christian communities, not the apostles, several decades after Jesus' historical life, and tell us how those communities saw significance in their historical context. Reading the Gospels in chronological order, beginning with Mark, demonstrates that early Christian understandings of Jesus and his significance developed, as Matthew and Luke use Mark as a source. How many knew that? Whoever wrote Matthew and whoever wrote Luke, or whatever literary team, use Mark as a source. What else we got? They not only added to Mark, but often modified Mark. Seeing John separated from the other Gospels and relatively late in the New Testament makes it clear how different his Gospel is. In consistently metaphorical and symbolic language, it is primarily witness or testimony to what Jesus had become in the life and thought of John's community. Realizing that many of the documents are from the Gospels. Realizing that many of the documents are from the late first and early second centuries allows us to glimpse developments in early Christianity in its third and fourth generations. You see that? Many of the documents of the New Testament are from the late first and early second centuries. That means they were not written by those whose names are on them. It's a lot of pseudo-anonymous work going on. It's a lot of it. All right. And traditions get written down. Traditions get written down later. You know what I mean? And that mean ain't no Jews in it, but you don't want to be gullible out here. You dig? Not knowing what's going on. Look at it. In general, they reflect a trajectory that moves from the radicalism of Jesus and Paul, to increasing accommodation with the cultural conventions of the time. Look at that. Awareness of the above matters, not just for historical reasons, but also for Christian reasons. American Christianity today is deeply divided. At the heart of the division, especially among Protestants, is two very different ways of seeing the Bible and the New Testament. About half of American Protestants belong to churches that teach that the Bible is the inerrant word of God and inspired word of God. The key word is inerrant. Christians from antiquity onward have affirmed that the Bible is the word of God and inspired without thinking of it is inerrant. Biblical inerrancy is an innovation of the last few centuries, right? That's something new. And here we go. We used to say we believe everything. Every semicolon, every comma, every parentheses, every commentary. If it's in there, I believe it. I believe it's inerrant. Do y'all know the doctrine of biblical inerrancy is something that developed within the last 100 to 200 years? Come on, man. Biblical inerrancy is an innovation of the last few centuries, becoming widespread in American Protestantism, the Protestants, American Protestants beginning only 100 years ago. Biblical inerrancy began with the American Protestants only 100 years ago. It is affirmed mostly in independent Protestant churches, those not part of mainline Protestant denominations. Catholics, listen to this, Catholics have never proclaimed the inerrancy or infallibility of the Bible, even as many have not been taught much about the Bible. Do y'all hear this? Catholics ain't never came outside and said the Bible was inerrant. I mean, it has no errors. The Protestants believe that. You dig? And then that spills over into the Israelite thing. You dig? But how ironic. I mean, the Roman Catholics is the one that gave you your literature. And they don't even believe it's inerrant. Look at this. Biblical inerrancy is almost always combined with the literal and absolute interpretation of the Bible. If it says something happened, it happened. If the Bible says something is wrong, it's wrong. For Christians who see the Bible this way, whatever Paul wrote to his communities in the first century is absolutely true for all time. For them, whatever Gospels report that Jesus said and did, it really was said and done by him. So also the stories of the beginning and end of his life are literally and factually true. He was conceived in a virgin without a human father. His tomb really was empty, even though it was guarded by Roman soldiers, and his followers saw him raised in physical body form. These Christians are unlikely to embrace a chronological New Testament. Oh, wait. So know what you're dealing with. Know what you're dealing with. These Christians are unlikely to embrace a chronological New Testament. It would not only change the way they see the Bible and the New Testament, but also make them suspect and probably unwelcomed in the Christian communities to which they belong. Yeah. People spilling coffee, cursing you. You didn't fill out the faith. You're just looking at this thing through a historical lens. That's it. Look at it. There are also many Christians, as well as many who have left the church, for whom the inerrancy of the Bible and its literal and absolute interpretation are unpersuasive, incredible, impossible to believe. For these Christians, as well as others interested in the origins of Christianity, a chronological New Testament, I trust, can be interesting, helpful, and illuminating. Bag drop. Baby, you getting some understanding? Give me a 7 up in the chat. Bless up. Give me a 7 up in the chat. Bang. This is serious. Oh, wee. We cooking today, boy. Let's get into it. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Bless up. All right, entire screen. All right, we're finna go into. You know I got the clips out of it, man. I don't even play with your brother. All right. We reading this today. Robert Iceman, James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Even got historical on it. Don't be out here being gullible. Know what's going on. All right. Robert Iceman, James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, Volume 1, the historical James, Paul the enemy, and Jesus' brothers as apostles. All right, that's how we getting down. All right. Let me pull this on up and let's work. Since exchanging fancy and smooth soliloquies, it's time to work. Oh man, stop it. Hold on, I think that's page 15. If I don't got the 15 on his. Hold on, family, man. Dang. I know the crazy part is whatchamacallit. Man, I bet you. Give me 1 second. How that's gonna start without where we going? Let's go ahead and get into this. I got you. Email it. That's crazy. I didn't pull this up. All right, Huh? Yeah. I'll take it. My bad, fam. That's crazy. How the first page ain't even seen. I'm gonna send it now, pull it right up, and we gonna work. Right here. 8. No, okay, first one is 18. Is that it? Ah, I pulled the rock. That's what I get. Over here tripping. All right. Oh yeah, I got it up. I don't know what the hell all that is. Everything else is bad. Okay, I do got it up. All right. Yeah. Well, I wasn't tripping. Now, let's pull this up right here. This is where we going. We're going to page 18. Chapter 4, first century sources mentioned in James. I thought I was tripping. I'm like, man, I know I pulled it up. I had the wrong slide up. Yeah, history versus literature, part 4. Jack. All right, y'all see that? We up? Okay, let's work. First century sources mentioned in James, the New Testament, and the We document in Acts. If y'all know what the We document is, pay attention. The two most authentic testimonies to James's approach and role in the Jerusalem church of his day are to be found in Paul's letters. That's why I say Paul's letters are valuable. They are, because he's telling you what it is. And in the second half of the book of Acts, primarily in the document scholars refer to as the We document, intruding variously after line Acts 16 and 10. It seems to be a diary or a travel document of some kind. For some, it is the only authentic material in Acts, though it is neither without problems nor continuous. Had we Can I be heard? Can I be seen? Give me a 9 up in the chat, family. If I can be heard, if I can be seen, give me a 9 up in the chat. Give me a 9 up in the chat. See if we back up at it. All right, we good? Okay, we good to go. Let's jump back into this. All right. We in Robert Eisman's book, James, the Brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, Volume 1. That's what we in. We in Chapter 4 about first century sources about James, the brother of YHWH'S. All right, so let me click back on what I was doing. Hold on, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. All right. That's where we at. I'm gonna start at the second paragraph. I think that's where it probably cut off for y'all there. Nah, I can start at the top of the first. All right. The two most authentic testimonies to James. Two most authentic testimonies to James's approach and role in the Jerusalem church of his day. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Yeah, they hate. Somebody mad today. Somebody God and fail. They be all right. All right. Back at it though. Back at it. James's identity. Shit, y'all good. Y'all can see. Dang. Oh. Mic check, mic check. Y'all give me an 8 up in the chat if I can be heard. Let me know if I can be heard. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let's keep going. You say, Jamia, keep the camera off. All right, bet. Y'all need to be looking at my ugly mug anyway. All right, I can't be heard. All right, I'm gonna do it. My sister said keep the camera off, so I'm gonna keep the camera off. All right, maybe that'll work. Let's get back to it though. We ain't here to play with nobody about nothing. All right, present, share screen, entire screen, bang, right? Drop this down and get back to what I was reading. Make sure everything come up, man. This bill not sharing? Wow. If StreamYard is sharing my screen, how come y'all can y'all see my screen? It don't look like my screen can be seen. No, let me go out and come back in. Okay. Now that's my stuff tripping. It's showing. Okay, cool. Man, what is going on around her? All right, okay. All right, bang. Let me drop that out the way. We on entire screen. And then where my stuff at? Okay, yep, that's the page we was on. All right, my bad, y'all. I don't know what is going on today, boy. We gonna work. We gonna work. We gonna get it done. Right here. All right, where y'all want me to go back to? The top of the, where I cut out at? Y'all want me to go back to the top of the chapter? I will. Let me know. Start over? All right, I'm starting over. All right, chapter 4. First century sources mentioned in James. All right, got you. We're going to start over then. The two most authentic testimonies to James's approach and role in the Jerusalem church of his day are to be found in Paul's letters and in the second half of the book of Acts, primarily in the document scholars refer to as the We document, intruding variously after line 1610, after Acts 1610. It seems to be a diary or a travel document of some kind. For some, it is the only authentic material in Acts, though it is neither without problems nor continuous. Had we to rely simply on Acts' presentation without Paul's definitive identifications, we will be in grave doubt as to just who this very powerful and popular James, described so reticently by Luke, the putative author of Acts, really was. James just appears out of nowhere in Acts 12. Same chapter that the more widely known other James, the brother of John, the son of Zebedee, is conveniently disposed of. Later we shall see how this execution relates to a parallel, a more convincing one. Josephus mentions at this time the beheading of someone he calls Theudas. James's identity and ideology are as solid as Paul's because it is Paul who confirms them. Right. That's why Paul's letters are very valuable. What is more, Paul never mentions any other James, but Paul knows next to nothing about the person, ideology, and life of Jesus, except as an individual in heaven. He considers himself to be in direct communication with via a mechanism he enacts both, not to mention the Dead Sea Scrolls, not to mention the Dead Sea Scrolls community, the Dead Sea Scrolls community rule. We'll read that one of these days. I got it. Referred to as the Holy Spirit. So it's saying Paul is in direct contact with a heavenly Jesus. He never knew the man. He's in contact with who he calls a heavenly Jesus via the Holy Spirit. And there's a holy or set apart spirit, Ruach, you dig, in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. All right, look at this. This being whom Paul calls Christ Jesus. Amen. Still crazy. This being whom Paul calls Christ Jesus often appears, I almost said Jeebus like Cal P, man. See, look. This being whom Paul calls Christ Jesus often appears to be a carbon copy of Paul himself. So dubious did his claims regarding him appear to his opponents, and this within the church, not outside it. Understand that Paul's opponents was within the Messianic movement. It wasn't outside of it. You know what I mean? It wasn't outside of it. Joe, daddy, baby, what's the word, love? Bless up, abundant blessings. Tell your brother I said do his push-ups. Bless up, bless up. So know what it says. So dubious did his claims regarding him appear to his opponents, and this within the church, not outside it, that Paul was even mocked in his own lifetime as either a man of dreams or a liar. Aside from James, the only identifiable apostle who emerges in any substantial manner from Paul's letters is Cephas. The portrait that emerges in these letters, not surprisingly, does not mesh with the one in Acts, to say nothing of the one in the Gospels. Though there is continuing discussion among scholars about aspects of the Pauline corpus, meaning his letters. There is general agreement on the authenticity of the main, particularly those letters of principle concerned to us in this book, like Galatians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Romans, and Philippians. These give us insight of the most intimate kind into the mind of Paul, and historical insight into this period, which no defender of the integrity of the early church and its doctrines would have had the slightest interest in forging, or for that matter, even preserving. Here it is perhaps edifying to cite a general rule. One should treat very cautiously any material reflecting the known or dominant theological position of the final redactors of a given document. Let that sink in for a minute. Let that sink in for a minute. Cephas could be Peter or couldn't be. Because trip off this. When you get into 1 Corinthians 15, Paul names a Peter and a Cephas in look, in back-to-back verses. As if Cephas ain't even Peter. I say, wow, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Here it is perhaps edifying to cite a general rule. Trip off this, y'all. One should treat very cautiously any material reflecting the known or dominant theological position of the final redactors, meaning the final editors of your text, all right, of a given document. Meaning you should be suspect of all that. Treat very cautiously any material reflecting the known or dominant theological position of the final editors or redactors of your given text. Look at this. Where authenticity is concerned, one is often on safer ground, settling on traditions that seem surprising or incongruous in some manner, or on traditions that would have a damaging effect on the theological consistency of that document. This is precisely the kind of material one would have expected to have been edited out or refurbished if it could have been. That is, had not the tradition been behind its authenticity been widely disseminated, persistent, or very strong. This is the case with the letter of James. Look at this. This is the case with the letter of James. It is also the case with some of the severe character deficiencies that emerge where Paul is concerned, not only in his own letters, but also in the book of Acts, accurate or not. These include his insubordination, jealousy, incessant bragging, and vindictiveness. As an example of a tradition surprising in its content, one could cite Paul's attestation that Jesus not only had brothers, but that they traveled with women. 1 Corinthians 9 and 5. 9 and 5. Let's keep going. The 19 right there. Page 19. In the Gospels, to cite an obvious example, there is the presentation of Jesus' apostles as being armed at the time of his arrest, Matthew 26 and 54. Jarring anecdotes such as these are just the kind of material that would have been remembered in contradistinction to lengthy speeches or parables. Like because Palestine was a war zone, it made more sense that his disciples were armed. And that's more likely to be remembered than a lengthy parable in a plush meadow. Look at this. The treatment of Jesus' close family, including his mother and his brothers in the early parts of the Gospels, not to mention Jewish apostles like Peter, verges on the slanderous. Yeah, because it's almost as like his family don't rock with him and he don't rock with them. His family looking for him. Well, who is my mother? Who are my brothers? Right? Or before he go up the tabernacle, his brothers didn't believe in him. John chapter 7. But when you're dealing with history, that's not the case. You're dealing with literature. Literature says that. History, that was a close-knit, messianic, revolutionary family who was not bowing to Rome, period. And a lot of your brethren was executed crucifixion style. or by stoning. A lot of us was. You see? Look at this right here. The material relating to James and Acts is of this kind as well. Were it not authentic and strongly supported, it is probable someone would have wished to delete it at some point. The downplaying of James in Christian tradition is important, not only where doctrine is concerned, but also because it is clear that James, as head of the Jerusalem church and all that could be considered Christianity at that time, was superior to both who? Peter and Paul. Absolutely. Absolutely. Peter and Paul. Somebody probably spilled their coffee. What you mean? That means the Roman Catholic Church is a fraud. They trace, they start with Peter. Now, James is the one that had the control. Not the him, it was Simeon Bar Cleophas. And trip off this. From a historical lens, Simeon Bar or Simeon the Zealot is more than likely who Peter really is. Yeah, I probably don't want to hear that. But trip off this. Simeon the Zealot or Simeon Bar is either a brother of Yahshua or his first cousin. And he the one that had the leadership after James was murdered. Historically speaking, but Simeon Bar wasn't playing with you. He wasn't with the foreign gifts in the temple, none of that. He wasn't with none of that. You wrap this up. This can't even come across the threshold. Look at this. Look at this. Paul, of course, repeatedly points out his personal disagreement with the rulings James makes and the instructions he receives from him. He even denigrates the authority of those he calls leaders, pillars, arch apostles, who consider themselves important or write their own references, and often displays his unwillingness to follow their views. For y'all that don't know, Paul had his own mission. He taught different than the apostles. All right, the apostles taught what Yahshua, left to teach. Paul taught his own thing. Digging in the end, his won out because it's more pro-Roman. It's more sympathetic toward Rome. So Paul can tell you obey the police or obey the government and all the authorities or the police. There'll be no authority but God. Right? But you got to understand, he's writing that in response to the Messianic uprising in Jerusalem. And you telling these brothers to submit to Rome. Romans 13. He's telling he's writing that in the first century in response to the Messianic uprising against Rome because the real brothers and them ain't going for it. You dig? So when the dust settled, you dig, Paul's letters. That's why Paul's letters are the majority in the New Testament. That right there should send off a red flag. Why does Paul, a man who never met him, who had Roman citizenship and related to the Herodians, why is his work the majority of the New Testament? That shows there's an agenda. That shows there was a ruling. There was court held over it, right? And there was some voting that went on, and then there was a ruling over it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Get into the composition of the New Testament. See what you find historically. It'll blow your mind. Now look at this right here. It says right here. He never, however, contests James's legitimate right to exercise the position he occupied. That's one thing Paul don't do. He don't say James, is an illegitimate high priest and bishop of the opposition alliance in Palestine. He don't say none of that. I mean, he disagrees with him, but one thing he can't argue is his legitimate position because he got that through succession. You dig? Yeah, bloodline or a caliphate. Nor the fact of his authority. In Galatians, he makes it clear, too, that the character he calls either Peter or Cephas was subservient to James. And not only obliged, but willing to defer to James's leadership. Galatians 2:11-12. Why Paul's letters are very important, because he tell you, I'm not what I got and get from them. Really? Look at this. Luke's reticence with regard to James and Acts contrasts markedly with the attitude of other groups relegated to sectarian status after the rise of overseas Gentile Christianity. That's what you have today, y'all. This ain't Jerusalem. This ain't, this ain't the bros and them who were fighting over what's called the star prophecy. Numbers 24:17. Now that's Paul's movement. It's overseas Gentile Christianity to dominance, relegated to sectarian status after the rise of overseas Gentile Christianity to dominance. For these groups, James is the undisputed successor to Yeshua and certainly the principal leader of all early Christianity, if you want to call it that. A particularly impressive example of this is to be found in the Gospel of Thomas. We got that too. Here, in answer to the question by the disciples, after you have gone, who will be great over us? Yeshua replies, in the place where you are to go to James the just, for whose sake heaven and earth came into existence. That's an ancient Hebrew idiom, saying that person close with the Creator. You know what I mean? So he says, so in the Gospel of Thomas, I mean, I got that down there too. If you want to see it in writing, you dig? But he asked, you about to leave? Who do you leave in charge? He said, you go to James the Just. James the Just so happened to be Yeshua's brother. His Hebrew name is YHWH'S. YHWH'S. James the Just, or James the Righteous. See, so it's plenty of history about Yeshua's brother. So if you take him having brothers and sisters literal, then you got the connection to the historical Yeshua. You know what I mean? Look at this. This statement is at odds with the Orthodox tradition of the succession of Peter. It represents nothing less than the lost tradition of the direct appointment of James as successor to his brother. It is upheld by everything we know about groups that were expelled from Orthodox Christianity in the years prior to and following Constantine's adoption of it as the official religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century. Many of these groups dispersed into a variety of sectarian groupings in the Syrian and Iraqi deserts, leading to a plethora of theological movements in the areas of northern Mesopotamia and Syria. Some disappeared into Arabia only to reemerge as Islam. Wow. In particular, as time went on in its Shiite embodiment. So whoever didn't get down with Orthodox Rome and its agenda, including its literature that it's approving, redacting, and putting out, and you was considered a heretic. So y'all, we would have been heretics. We wouldn't have been getting along with none of it. All the arguing about, Torah only or Messianic or not, but we would look, that ain't even our argument. You dig? The fact of the matter is, rabbinical Judaism and Paul's movement or Christianity that you have today was developing at the same time congruently. And it was allowed to develop because it's sympathetic toward Rome. You dig? It ain't, look, it's the polar opposite to the Messianic movement coming out of Palestine, in which the Messiah's family were leaders of. Men like John the Baptist, salute. Yeshua, salute. James the Just, salute. Simeon Bar, salute. Yahudah of Galilee, salute. Since we in Black History Month, y'all want to talk about, like, you dig, stand-up men during that 1st century. That's what this deal was about. All right, look at this. Pauline Christianity versus Jamesian anti-Semitism in the Gospels. If y'all get some understanding, give me a 7 up in the chat. Bless up. Y'all see we got persistence, right? We ain't finna stop just because somebody get mad. We in it to win it. Yeah, salute the real ones, man. What we gonna do, we gonna keep it real. We gonna keep it real before anything. We gonna keep it real first. You know what I mean? We gonna keep it real first. If you can't keep it real with yourself, you ain't ready to have a conversation with me or any of my brothers and sisters. You're not. We talk about the stuff you're scared to whisper. We talk about the stuff you be in your mind. I repent. Nigga, we talk. You did? Yeah, we need to figure this stuff out. What's going on? You ain't ready, then we're gonna keep it real first. That's my motto over here. We're gonna keep it solid first. Then we can put everything on the table and rap about it, man. Let's look into this stuff and get into it. You dig? And everybody in here is if you want to call it that, a spiritual being. So when you read something that sounds crazy as all hell, like Adam was having sex with the animals, man, I'm not even about to allow that in my spirit. So I'm cool. I'm gonna keep it pushing. But there are rabbinical literature and what they call them, commentaries out there, lots of them, that talk about how Adam was having sex with the animals, and that's why Eve was created, because he couldn't be doing the bestiality. I say, wow, man, wow. So when you read something that jars your spirit, you got every right to be like, man, I'm not about to listen to that. I'm good. You and look, that's your right, because this is your journey. You got a right to be like that. You dig? You got a right to be like that. And using the letters of Paul, and using the letters of Paul as our primary source material, we are on the firmest ground conceivable. Y'all forgive me on that watermark. I spilled something earlier on there. Bro, say Paul, which man, the ones he was stroking them and naming them at the same time. We gonna call you a jaguar, and we gonna call you the Komodo dragon, and we gonna call you a zebra. That boy was stroking and naming. Look at this. Look at this right here. In using the letters of Paul as our primary source material, we are on the firmest ground conceivable, for these are indisputably the earliest reliable documents of Christianity. Then we go prove that. Then we go prove that the Paul's letters was written before even the Gospels. We prove that. You know what I mean? What's up, little jokes? Y'all don't make no noise. Y'all gonna be knocked out, little jokes. Huh? And okay, so look at this. It said right here, for these are indisputably the earliest reliable documents of Christianity. Did we not show that today, fam? Did we not show that Paul's letters, historically speaking, were written down before the Gospels were written down? If we showed that today, give me a 1 up in the chat. If we showed that today, give me a 1 up in the chat. All right. They are patently earlier than the Gospels. There it is. They are patently earlier than the Gospels or the book of Acts, which are themselves in large part doctrinally dependent upon Paul. So again, the Gospels were influenced by Paul's letters and not the other way around. Bag drop. What is we even talking about? Every gospel you have, some of us like to use Revelation as a gospel, including Revelation, was written after Paul's letters. Houston, we got a problem here, man. We got a major league problem. All right. That's what I mean. The Gospels and the book of Acts are dependent upon Paul's writings. So they're influenced by Paul. So that's why when we watched the video earlier, and Robert Eisman was like, whoever wrote the Gospels, whoever they are, you dig, they're Paulinists. They're sympathetic toward Paul, meaning they're sympathetic toward Rome. But Saul of Tarsus was the op. Paul was the op before his conversion and afterwards. He was an op. You know what I mean? Like straight up op. Look at this right here. It says right here. Acts, to some extent, is dependent on Paul's letter for historical information as well. The interrelationships between the 4 Gospels, particularly the 3 synoptics, so-called because of their use of common source or sources, are probably far more complex than most conceive. Take, for example, the synoptic most people consider to be the most Jewish, the Gospel of Matthew. It is considered the most Jewish because of the amount of law-oriented material it contains, particularly in the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5, verse 1 through Matthew 7, verse 29. And because of its extensive evocation of biblical proof texts. Yet Matthew also contains a stratum of anti-Semitic material, sometimes even more extreme, or anti-Shemitic, anti-Israel. Might as well just call it anti-Israel. All right. Material, sometimes even more extreme than that found in the other gospels. For example, the cry of the assembled Hebrew masses when Pilate hesitates to condemn. Hold on. My bad, y'all. To condemn Yeshua, Jesus. His blood be on us and our children. Matthew 27 and 25. Good night. This has echoed down the ages, the famous or infamous blood libel in Christian history. Y'all, see, you Jews killed Jesus. Robert HICKMAN, like, you gotta see, once you know the order in which the New Testament was written down, and once you understand that the Gospels are dependent upon Paul's letters, then you can understand who is influencing who. Yeah. You read about events in the Gospels that happened before Paul. That's because the Gospels are backdated. That's why I showed the pseudepigrapha earlier. You understand? The pseudepigrapha backdated. It's writings in there supposedly from Abraham, from Elijah, from Isaac, from Jacob, from the 12 patriarchs. But historically, but through the historical lens, all this was written down 200 years before the Common Era. Huh? Hundreds, if not thousands of years after these so-called men. So they're backdating. You can write something today, right? And write it as if it happened during the civil rights era and put it out there. That's easy. They backdate stuff when they write certain stories and all that. It's just what happened. All right. So he's saying for that to be in there, let his blood, Yeshua's blood, be on us and our children. You did. He's saying that's the work of a literary team. You understand? Aim to make the Israelites liable for the death of their messianic revolutionary leader. You say it's still anti-Israelite verbiage in it. Look at this. This is echoed down the ages. I read that. Who could conceive of a crowd in mass uttering such an absurd statement? The answer is simple. No crowd ever did. It is based on a retrospective presentation of subsequent theology that certainly became concretized in the wake of the perspective exhibited by Paul, and which by the time of Eusebius had grown to rich fruition, as the latter, Eusebius, demonstrates over and over again in the viciousness of his invective. There are many examples of this kind in the Gospels, the relationships between which are so complex that no one will probably ever be able to sort them out to everyone's satisfaction. From the internal textual considerations alone, however, it is possible to show that all the Gospels probably made their appearance after the fall of Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple in 70 CE. Bag drop, boy. You mean to tell me your literature was produced after the war? After the uprising in Rome, and when the dust settled, when the dust settled, it was being printed in Greek and coming from overseas communities? What is we even talking about here, man? What is we even talking about here? And I can hear my Torah only brother salute, but look, it would be no Torah only movement because y'all form of Judaism is the form of Judaism that sold out. The zealots dropped banging against Rome, standing on Torah, because they were considered radical. They was really with this. You Negroes today are the children of those who sold out. Whether you talking Old Testament, New Testament. If you hold that deal like, nigga, it's inerrant, this is what it is, nigga, I'm a Messianic Israelite. I'm a non-Messianic Israelite. Look, salute. I identify as an Israelite. I understand. You understand? What I'm saying is The real movement, they shut up in first century Judea or Palestine. The real movement was more militant, more disciplined, more sophisticated, you understand, and would rather die than see what has happened today. You dig? Them brothers was with it all, man. Look at this right here. The Gospels appear after the war, man. That means those who wrote the Gospels didn't know, drum roll, didn't know Jesus or Yahshua. Yeah. See, we're going to go ahead and get all the way down to the nitty gritty. Let's go ahead and cut to the chase then. Huh? If the Gospels wasn't written to after the uprising against Rome in 70 CE and the fall of the temple in 70 CE, then that means that what? Whoever wrote the Gospels didn't even know Yahshua. Why? Because it's being printed from overseas in a Greek tongue. The apostles and them wasn't educated in Greek. They could understand it. Like I can understand a little Spanish. I can understand a little Portuguese. You know what I mean? I took a Portuguese class when I was in college. It's similar to Spanish. You know what I mean? But I'm nowhere near skilled to compose some literature in Spanish or Portuguese or French or even Hebrew. I can read the Hebrew, you know what I mean? If you had it up on the wall and all that. And if I got about a 200 word vocabulary, so, you know what I mean? I may be able to identify the word and give you a definition of it. But when it comes down to the composition of literature, nah, Jack, I ain't got that. And neither did the disciples or the apostles. You see? If the Gospels are recorded after the fall of the temple and the uprising against Rome in 70 CE, and Jesus died back during 40 years earlier, that means that whoever wrote the Gospels did not know Yahshua in his lifetime. Bag drop. Huh? But look, that don't mean there are not jewels in what you read. Chew the fruit and spit the seeds. Don't be bound to nothing. Even in the scripture, tell you what, try the spirit. All right? But look, whether you rise or fall is on you, Jack. Quit trying to put this experience that the Creator blessed you with off on somebody else. This on you. You got to man up. Every tub got to sit on his own bottom, Jack. You do realize this, right? No, it's time for us as men and women to just stand up and take accountability and be responsible for this gift of life the Creator has blessed us with, period. And stop trying to put it off on somebody else. I salute all the righteous teachers that came with the light of the Creator, man. I salute that. And for the record, I have no problem with Yahshua. None. You dig? But just like Moses been tampered with, Yeshua been tampered with. All right? So over here is Creator only. I salute all my brothers and sisters, whether they younger than me or older than me, in the light of the Creator. Bless up. All right? Look at this right here. This date, as has been explained, turns out to be a watershed for, in reality, watershed for almost all the literary developments and movements that need to be discussed. This date, 70 CE. Huh? Your earliest gospel was Mark. Mark came out right after the fall of Jerusalem. This date, as has been explained, turns out to be a watershed for almost all the literary developments and movements that need to be discussed. In reality, a far-reaching consensus has emerged among scholars on this issue. We are speaking here of the date of the actual documents themselves, not the various traditions many contend underlie them. This is no mean circumstance, for it explains many things about them, nor the least of which being the paucity of sound historical material, and in some cases, the outright historical dissimulation and disinformation they contain. The only serious remaining debate on this issue centers around the Gospel of Mark. Okay. Look at this. From the same internal textual considerations already noted, it is possible to show that Mark, too, was written after the fall of the temple in 70 CE. The whole nature of his anti-Jewish polemic in opposition to the family and brothers of Jesus on the one hand, and his pro-Jerusalem center in particular after the attempt by the Roman community to represent itself as the legitimate heir to Jesus and the Messianic movement he represented, however absurd this might have seemed to any objective observer at the time. So he let it be known, man, like the passages you read where it sounds like the Messiah dissing his family, that was not the case historically. That was not the case historically, man. Family should be tight-knit. You know, a lot of Israelites lose their families out here, man, because you out here doing what you call the work, not realizing, bro, look, we all been victims of Flavian wartime propaganda, because deep down we want to do what's just right. You know what I mean? Deep down, I mean, that most of y'all just want to do right unless you was born a misfit or a scumbag. Most of y'all deep down just want to do what's right, man. It ain't even hard. You dig? But he talk about, man, all that. Who is my mother and father? And I came to cut a man at variance against his father and mother. Man, no messianic leader would have said that coming out of Palestine in the first century. We ain't nothing if we ain't together as family. We ain't nothing. The nation is nothing without the family structure. You see that? It's a lot, man. It's a lot to where and we call ourselves justifying ourselves like that. You did, because nigga don't. Ain't that what the Bible say? Look, I'm not arguing with you about what I know. You know how to read. But at what point do you keep it real with yourself? You're gonna keep it real first, right? Be real with yourself. When you first read that, like I came to bring the sword. I came to put a man at odds against his father. Daughter against her mother. Daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And you look up, and the majority of Israelite families are estranged. Nah, man, we ain't together. We ain't talking about nothing. You understand? The Creator blessed you with your family, man. That's just what it is, right? So you got to look at it. Even if you want to take it at face value, at least now you're aware. You know what I mean? You look at it with a jaundiced eye. You know what I mean? Because it just so happens that Yahshua's family were the leaders of the opposition alliance movement in first century Judea or Palestine. John the Baptist, Yaakov Hasadek, Shimeon Bar. Bros was with the spill. Judah of Galilee. Look these cats up. You're gonna be like, dang. These cats was not playing with nobody. You dig? But it was all for the love of the people. Like, man, look, I love y'all too much. Look, I love you enough for you not to see me punk out like that. If I'd rather lay down. Than to see you, than to have your mind scarred and stained with me getting along with this, man. You dig? Look at this right here. It says, what could be more suitable? Heralded as it was by the massive triumphal procession through the streets of Rome to mark the glorious triumphs of Vespasian and his son Titus. Commemorating the works of Josephus and the arch of Titus that still stands next to the Roman Forum today. Heard the surrender of the Yahudim to the Imperium Romanum was taken, as it were, in perpetuity. Meaning it's going to be, meaning that the Jews are in subjection to Rome forever. And you wonder why today who we call the Jewish elite or the gatekeepers to this Roman setup, or the Herodians was back then. We. Yeah, Eliezer, salute Eliezer, man. He was like, man, I'd rather eat cat shit with a knit needle. You want to kill me. I ain't even finna pump fake like I ate something unlawful. I'm not even finna act like it. So if you can, if you feel, you know, sympathetic toward Judah Maccabee and the sons of Matthias and the Hasmonean dynasty, you should salute the freedom fighters in first century Palestine then. You dig? If you don't call Judah Maccabee and them sinners for resisting Antiochus Epiphany and Greek Hellenization, then how the hell do you call these brothers sinners for standing up against Rome and what they was doing? And always remember this, y'all. We were attacked by Rome. We ain't gonna attack them. They attacked us. Putting up naked statues of seas and all type of madness, man. All right, so look at this right. Look at this right, y'all. There are, in fact, several veiled references to events of this kind in the Gospel of Mark. For instance, in the introduction to the little apocalypse, where Jesus is made to predict the utter destruction of the temple, Mark 13, 1 and 2. And in the apocalypse itself, when the Pauline mission is anticipated, Mark 13, 9 through 10. But even more importantly, in the depiction of the rending of the temple veil at its death, Mark 15, 38 and pars. So, you know, compare the different versions. This veil was more than likely damaged in the final Roman assault on the temple, or in the various altercations and the turmoil preceding this. Josephus specifically refers to it, along with its replacement materials, as having been delivered over to the Romans after the assault on the temple. It was doubtless on display in Rome. Look at that. Damaged or otherwise, along with the rest of the booty or the spoils of war. Josephus described as having been paraded in Titus' triumph. Y'all look at the War of the Jews, book 7, section 121 through 162. We got receipts. For his part, Jesus's meanderings about the peaceful Galilean countryside at a time when Galilee was a hotbed of revolutionary fervor and internecine strife, doing miraculous exorcisms, cures, raisins, and the like, while scribes, Pharisees, and synagogue officials murmur against him, resembled nothing so much as the incipient Paul traveling around the Mediterranean. In fact, Galilee, check out this, y'all. In fact, Galilee, as referred to in the Gospel of Matthew, is a leitmotif for Gentiles, Galilee of the nations, or Galilee of the Gentiles. That's true. That is in Matthew. Right? So Galilee could be code talk for Gentiles. Wow. It was also the seedbed of the Zealot movement, whose adherents were called by some Galileans. Aren't these man Galileans? These kinds of material in particular point to Mark as having been written, like other gospels, after the fall of the temple and the destruction of Jerusalem. Oh, I know. Read that one already, then. We're on 21 now. Page 21. Page 21. Let's work. Let's work. It should suffice for the moment to say that when dealing with the authentic core of the Pauline corpus, we are dealing with the oldest and most reliable documents of Christianity. Paul's letters predate the Gospels. Paul's letters, the Gospels are actually dependent upon Paul's letters. And remember, Paul has Roman citizenship. He's an Herodian by relation, right? And he never met the historical Yeshua. And he disagrees wholeheartedly with Yeshua's brother and apostles that are the leaders of the opposition alliance movement. Which have not failed to make their influence felt in the rest of the New Testament, despite the accident of their placement. But a scholarly consensus of sorts has emerged even concerning the Gospels. which concedes that later religious history has made its influence felt. The only question being to what extent. Despite the last-ditch efforts by conservative scholars and fundamentalists to defend their history based in part on a prior belief in the authority of Scripture, much material in the Gospels, even allowing for hyperbole, patently borders on the fantastic. Even conceding the fact that the Gospel titles were not added until the 2nd century. Backdrop, boy. Y'all think I just be talking? So this body of work that was being composed, say, okay, well, say Mark was written right after the fall of the temple. It didn't receive the title of Mark until like 50 to 100 years later. Man, you dealing with Flavian propaganda, and that's there to stifle the revolutionary messianic spirit that's uprising itself against Rome. That's what all that's about. That's why Paul telling you to don't resist the authorities. That's why he telling you that. It just so happened the Messiah's family is the leader of the whole movement. Even the gospel titles. If y'all understand that, give me a 5 in the chat. Right? I've heard that before, but never really ran up on it like that. Even conceding the fact that the gospel titles were not added until the 2nd century. They are still representative of a genre of what? Literature. Y'all remind me to get the definition of history and the definition of literature before we close out. All right? Literature. A genre of literature characteristic of the Second Temple period and the Hellenistic world generally called pseudepigrapha. There it is. Didn't we look up the definition of pseudepigrapha earlier? Pseudepigrapha, meaning books written under a false pen name. Y'all gonna quit playing with y'all little bro Maccabee, boy. You dig? I'm just presenting the information. Huh? Testament of Abraham was not written by Abraham. I love to burst your bubble. I love to be the bearer of bad news sometimes. Matthew was not written by Matthew. I love to bust your bubble. Apocalypse of Elijah was not written by Elijah. I love to be the bearer of bad news sometimes. Why do you think it bears the name pseudepigrapha and is even in certain volumes of what you call pseudepigrapha? I got my pseudo. Hey, y'all, today we're going to be going to the pseudos doing a lesson. All good. I'm not against that, but know what you read. Know that the jewels you get out of there didn't come from Judah himself. Okay? The Testament of Judah was not written by Yahudah. The Testament of Issachar was not written by Issachar. It's pseudepigrapha. Huh? It's written under a false pen name. And many times 800 years to 1,000 years later. Meaning the people, the characters, it was not written by the characters you're reading about. I know I just made somebody spill their coffee. I'll probably be getting cursed by all these milli-potent Negroes. I'll bind up every unclean spirit, break it, bind it, and shut it down, and shine the Ethereum light of the Creator on it. You did, but you had no authority over me. None of you milli-mouth Negroes or women doing your root works and trying to cast spirits and cast spells. Don't none of that work with me. Don't none of that work with me. You dig? I represent Creator. So every spirit underneath Creator is weaker than Creator. So anybody call themselves foaming at the mouth, want to curse me or, call yourself sending curses and all that, I break it, bind it in the name of the Creator, and then I'm going to shine some light on them spirits. You know what I mean? Might as well raise somebody up. You ain't listening. I bind it. I bind it and break it powerless. In the name of the Creator. I don't accept no work of darkness against me. None. Oh, wait. Look at this. Even conceding the fact that the gospel titles were not added into the 2nd century, they are still representative of a genre of literature, characteristic of the Second Temple period and the Hellenistic world, generally called pseudepigrapha, meaning books written under a false pen name. For his part, Luke admits from the start he is working from sources. And when you read Luke 1:1-4, if you slow down and read that, that's what he's telling you. He's getting his stuff from somewhere. He ain't sitting out in the middle of plush meadows humming. Right, Benaiah. Exactly. That's right, brother. By the definition of pseudo, then what book isn't pseudo in the CC? Exactly. That's why I say something being labeled pseudo ain't really bad. You know what I mean? But so you don't be getting duped into a religious stupor. Look at it historically. Like, it don't make me, my knowledge and belief in the Creator has wavered none. Not a little bit. Since I start getting historically. That's because I understand how the Creator speaks to man. And he speaks to every last one of y'all through y'all soul. So whatever I find out in a book or on a documentary or that don't rattle or jar my understanding, my belief, you know what I mean, my faith, you want to call it, or my knowledge of the Creator. Not at all. Because I know when it come down to it, whatever I decide to receive or believe, it got to get past me. I got to say, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? That's what it come down to, man. Look at this. So Luke is working with sources. But there still are questions about whether it is Luke or someone else doing the final redacting. These questions are too complex to be explored here, but they do not affect the nature of the conclusions we shall arrive at in this book. Look at this. Look at this. Where the book of Acts is concerned, the authorship by Luke is again taken as a given. Or Acts switches to the first person plural narrative of the we document, it may be conceded that it is probably based on the travel notebooks or diary of a traveling companion of Paul named Luke. Exactly. Luke got his understanding from Paul, who never met Messiah. Here, as implied, we probably do have a genuine historical core and fantastic raconteuring really does recede in favor of more matter-of-fact reportage and straightforward narrative. But what are we to make of much of what comes before in the first 16 chapters of Acts? Romantic legend and fantastic storytelling of the clearest sort. The same considerations no doubt hold true, though in nothing like as clear a manner. For the records redacted under the names of Matthew, Mark, and John as well. In fact, we will be able to show the kernels of real historical events beneath the surface of what can only, on occasion, be described as mythologization. Mythologization. A lot of mythology going on, Much information in the Gospels has been assimilated from other sources, including information, as we shall argue, about James, but also material from Josephus. Really? That shouldn't be hard to understand. The old Bibles in medieval time came with a copy of the works of the Antiquity of the Jews, the works of Flavius Josephus. Back in medieval times, yep. But also material from Josephus, Old Testament stories about heroes and prophets, and even episodes from the life of Saul of Tarsus. Oh, this nigga Paul, boy. Something, look at this. Patience is it. Something that cannot help but strike the modern reader is the general flavor of Hellenistic anti-Israelite isms in the Gospels. In particular, when associated with the name of ostensibly Jewish witnesses such as Matthew, Mark, and John, it is perhaps this attitude more than any other single characteristic that makes them as having been composed by non-Israelites. You're right. Right. or makes it highly unlikely that in their present form they could have been redacted in a Hebrew framework or been written by originally Hebrew authors. But what might strike the reader as more surprising still, the anti-Semitism, anti-Israelite of Gentile or Pauline Christianity. Paul's movement. Pauline is a woman. I really don't like to confuse that, but y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Or Paul's movement is directed as much or even more towards the Hebrew apostles, the Israelite apostles, or the Jerusalem church. So Paul's enemies were the apostles, y'all. Make no mistake about that. See, we usually think of the Pharisees. Hey, shout out to Priest Daniela, man. You dig? I respect the brother and I respect his research. I actually been, listening to that brother for a long time. But he's pro or sympathetic towards Saul of Tarsus. And if anybody know how to get in touch with Priest Daniela, and again, I salute the brother, man. Brother been on the grind since the year 1992. 31 years in. I'm 18 years in. I would love to have a dialogue about if Saul of Tarsus or Paul the Apostle is an apostate or a real apostle. I would love to have that dialogue with you, Daniela, in front of the world. It can start off as a dialogue, and then we can come back and get it, shoot it out, you know what I mean, and debate it. We can do it on side. We can do it on side up if we need to. But I think we owe, because I've been seeing you've been doing classes of and your classes are more sympathetic toward Paul. You dig? They are. I've been noticing that. So you doing that, and I'm over here showing the flip side of the coin. Brother, we owe the people to present this to the people in front of everybody. You know what I mean? My position is Paul is an op. He's a false apostle. And his movement was in directly opposition to the movement that the Messiah was on and that he had his brother James doing. That's my position. I would love to chop it up with you. And look, it ain't no disrespect. We know each other. There ain't no disrespect. I ain't here to talk, get personal like some of them cats on side there to be on or none of that. I ain't here to get personal with you, talk about your family, none of that. We're going to deal strictly with our information. Now, let's put it on the line. Priest Daniela, Lions of Israel, put on the line, bro, and had this dialogue or this debate in front of the nation. And the topic is Paul or Saul of Tarsus and a true apostle, or is he an apostate? Is he a friend or is he a foe? You did. I'm waiting for that. So if any of y'all know how to get in touch with Priest Daniela, send this to him. Let him know MALAKIMAC could be looking to rap to him and have a conversation. Let's see where we land at. Let's see where we land at. Man, ain't nothing but love over here though. You know that. Believe that. All right. And look, I'm saying Priest Daniela because he a monster with the research. Shit, he ain't no Daniela ain't no he ain't no novice and he ain't no chump sucker when it comes to research. Like he really gonna dig down. You dig? I believe that'll be something good for the people, man. You dig? Coming from two vets, coming from two brothers that really study and get it in, and coming from two brothers that respect each other. I respect that brother, man. You know what I mean? I've watched him over the years. I remember when he was with Bun Lawyer. Bun Lawyer back in the day. Y'all think I'm crazy, boy. Bun Lawyer was a firecracker. He was a problem out here. Salute to OG, man. May the Creator bless his memory. May he continue to rise. You know what I mean? But I remember when Daniela was with Bun Lawyer back in the day, man. Lions of Israel. Salute the Lions of Israel. Salute you, brothers, man. No, man, ain't nothing but love over this way. You did, but Daniela was always the researcher, and he is a monster researcher. So I'm saying, you did. I'm speaking French. We need to get this on in front of everybody. Gloves off. You did. There will be no personal disrespect or nothing like that. But you know me. You know your little bro. I'm coming. Look, I'm coming to body something. I ain't even gonna play. You did. So let's have this conversation in front of everybody, man, and go in. That way the nation can see. You dig? Two respectable veterans getting it in. You dig? But it's all about the information, and then they can take that and properly disseminate that within themselves, and get to reaching out. Like, hey, I always knew something was up with old boy Paul. I knew Saul of Tarsus something was up. So yeah, Daniela, man, I respect you enough to call you out on this because I know ain't nobody else gonna be as thorough on the other side. And that's just real talk, bro. You know what I mean? So let's set that up. Anybody that's listening, y'all know how to get in touch with the priest. Set that up. You know what I mean? I can shoot something aside Netta. You dig? We can get that done. We might as well put that on the big screen, bro. You know what I mean? Let's work. All right, so it says right here. It says right here. It highly unlikely that in their present form they could have been redacted in a Hebrew framework or been written by originally Hebrew authors. Talking about the Gospels. Matthew, Mark, and John. Look at this. But what might strike the reader as more surprisingly still, the anti-Israelite or the anti-Semitism of Gentile or Paul's movement is directed as much or even more towards the Jewish or Hebrew apostles or the Jerusalem church, particularly James, as it is toward Jews outside it. You heard this? But what might strike the reader as more surprising still is the anti-Semitism of Gentile or Paul's movement, the anti-Semitism of Paul's movement, and how it is directed as much or even more toward the apostles, the Hebrew apostles, or the Jerusalem assembly, particularly James, as it is toward Yahudim outside it. Paul is not so much concerned. Do y'all hear this? Paul is not so much concerned with Jews outside the assembly. He don't even care about the Yahudim or the Israelites outside of Yahshua's movement. Who are far from him largely an irrelevant nuisance. It is against his Israelite opponents or Hebrew opponents within the assembly that Paul directs his bitterest attacks, most notably against those he calls some from James or James's Jerusalem church colleagues, Galatians 2 and 12. So when Paul out there talking about some such or false apostles, deceitful workers, y'all, he talking about the apostles. There ain't no more apostles. His bitterest attacks are amongst Yeshua's family. So where we at now? Where we at now? What are we really talking about? Are you going to be like Ellen G. Weiss, who founded the Seventh-day Adventists, and in her writings, guess what she said? Paul understood Jesus. Paul understood Jesus better than James, his brother, his family, and even the disciples. I say, bad drop, boy. Did she really say that? She really said that. And look, it'll surprise you how many evangelicals, Christians believe that. Like G-Man and them. G-Con probably believe that, C-Lock. G-Con probably believe that. My brother C-Lock Shalom got a debate against G-Con on Wednesday. We're going to talk about a little bit of that before we close out. You know what I mean? But, man, the Creator Gang ain't taking no L's. Period. I don't care nothing about what Nam one of y'all think y'all bringing to the Creator Gang ain't taking Nam L from the conscious community. Period. I said it like that for a reason, y'all. Well, I love to rub a Nick roll the wrong way. Yeah. Yeah, get angry and mess up or something. All right, so look at this right here, y'all. All right, bottom of it. It should be categorically stated that a Hebrew document can be sectarian, meaning it could be this could be a Nazarene document. This can be an Essene document. It can be the Mount Carmel Essene document. This can be a Dead Sea Scroll document. Like it can be sectarian. Sectarian just means your own sect of different groups, right? It should be categorically stated that a Jewish document can be sectarian, that is, anti-Pharisee or even anti-Sadducee. Them sad ones you see. Them sad niggas you see. As the Dead Sea Scrolls most certainly are. And the Gospels at their most authentic sometimes are. But it cannot be any real Israelite document Hebrew document cannot be anti-Israel. So pick out all the, when you're going through the Gospels and all the, anything that's anti-Israel or shines a light on the Romans. Like, for example, did the Messiah speak in the Gospels, chapter and verse, where he spoke against the Romans? Did he speak against the Romans at all? What I don't see. I don't recall reading him speaking against them. He's speaking against Israel, though. You know what I mean? So look at this right here. It says right here, but an Israelite document, Hebrew document, you dig, it cannot be anti-Semitic or anti-Israel. This would be a contradiction in terms. It is possible to oppose persons of a different party or sectarian persuasion, right? Democrat, Republican, Bloods, Crips, GDs, Vice Lords, same, same thing, right? Because it's all political gangbanging when you're done talking. It is all right. So right here, it is possible to oppose persons of a different party or sectarian persuasion, nationalist or anti-nationalist, cosmopolitan or xenophobic, as Josephus does. But one cannot be against oneself. You heard this? One cannot be against oneself, except abnormally. So he's being critical of what we call the Gospels. He's saying he don't think they were even composed by Israelite, those who are descendants of Israel. For one, they're in Greek, and the way they're written with flashes of they're anti-Israel in certain stances. Certain stances they're not. But there are a lot of stances where the Gospels are anti-Israel, anti-nationalistic, you know what I mean? That's what he's going into. Look at his word. This would be okay, I read that. Bing, bing, bing. Paul sometimes exhibits this baffling. Your boy Paul, the first one writing in what you call the New Testament. We even talking about her. He writing 2 decades after an historical Yahshua. What is we even talking about then? Page 22. Characteristic, but as we shall show, Paul is perhaps not really Jewish or Israelite in the manner he thinks or advertises himself to be. Huh? Yeah, Paul Herodian related. Now we can say, well, maybe he was mixed. Hey, whatever. I ain't even really into that. The fact of the matter is, which side of the family? That don't even matter. The fact of the matter is, he got Roman citizenship. He blood related. You understand? And he was an op before and after his spiritual experience. His movement is totally different than the movement Yahshua had his apostles on that was headquartered out of Jerusalem. All right, look at this. In gospel criticism, therefore, we must set aside all such materials as incorporating a retrospective view of history and the anti-Semitism of Pauline or overseas Christianity. That's this Western Christianity, right? And look, y'all, that's not just the Catholics and the Protestants. All right, Messianic Israelites, same thing. If you sympathetic toward Paul, you fall up under the same umbrella as overseas Christianity. You know what I mean? Our stuff stopped at the borders of Palestine. Whatever y'all developed overseas, y'all keep that. We don't deal with that. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. These will include a large portion of the most familiar and beloved passages in the Bible, as, for instance, most of the parables, which are really very hard to decipher in this regard. They would also include the most oft-quoted and highly prized sayings of Yeshua, many now commonplaces of Western historical parlance. All of these are almost always directed against the people of Palestine and are therefore anti-Hebrew, anti-Israel, and pro the Pauline Gentile mission. For instance, it'd be different if the Gospels were historically written down before the letters of Paul. Then you could argue, okay, Paul is getting his stuff from what was already. Paul got his stuff from Matthew. His source, he used Mark, he used Matthew, he used Luke, he used John, but that ain't what you got. That ain't what you got. That ain't what you got. Right? The Gospels were influenced by Paul's letters. Oh, wait. For instance, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. A prophet is never accepted in his own land and in his own house. Who are my brothers and my mother to me? Woe unto you, Chorazin and Bethsaida. Had the miracles that were done here been done in Tyre and Zidon, they would have converted long ago and put on sackcloth and ashes. Sayings on behalf of publicans, tax collectors, prostitutes, sinners, often meaning Gentiles, wine bibbers, the good Samaritan, these little ones, the one lost sheep, gluttons, people who do not keep dietary regulations, the Phoenician woman, etc., all more or less connected to the priority of the Gentile mission, the admission of Gentiles into the early church and related matters. At this point, another shibboleth of latter-day scholarship will have to be jettisoned, that of the Judaization of early Christianity, which is the point of view propagated by Acts 2, in line with its polemic for Acts and modern scholarship thereafter. The original doctrines of Yeshua and the apostles who supported Gentiles and the Gentile mission have been undermined by the Jamesian Jerusalem church. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. They like, here y'all go. See, y'all was too radical. That's why Paul won. That's crazy. Look what he said. He said, this is an absurdity, and it must be stated categorically. There never was a Judaization of early Christianity, only a progressively more rapid Gentilization. Yeah, because if you're talking about what Yeshua put down, Yeshua and all them, they had their different understandings concerning what the Torah was. You understand? So that wouldn't be Judaization of his movement. Huh? But we talk about a rapid Gentilization based off the mandates of Paul. That's what had happened. Christianity wasn't Judaized. Nah. There was a rapid Gentilization going on, man. That's crazy, boy. That's crazy, boy. Look at it. This gathered momentum with the elimination of the Jerusalem center by the hand of Roman power after the uprising of 66 through 70. Only when principles of this kind are properly grasped and many favorite platitudes and historical cliches jettisoned will it be possible to make any progress towards a resolution of the quest for the historical Yeshua. Y'all heard that? Got to put the historical lens on, Jack. Time to stop playing wakey, eggs and bakey. Time out for the hand games and the nursery rhymes, and you trying to throw your gift that the Creator gave you off of somebody else. It's time to man up and put on a historical lens and look at what you're dealing with. Because most of us have been fiddled, played with. Look at this. To make an honest attempt to get at the truth of this period, therefore, one must be willing to part with the popular idea of the Gospels, for instance, as eyewitness accounts. Couldn't have been eyewitness accounts. Couldn't have been. They all were written after the war. You did? They all written after the war, it's talking about a time period that was 40 years before the war. Make that make sense. Stop it. These are not eyewitness accounts. How if they are written after 70 AD and who we call, based off the biblical narrative, Yeshua died in 33. You got at least 40 years. I know. The only eyewitnesses we have in this sorry spectacle, apart from the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's right, is Josephus himself. Oh my Lord, are you serious? And we have already covered his flaws. This is not to say, however, that one must part with one's faith. Do y'all hear that? Nobody telling y'all to stop doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? All right. Nobody telling you stop doing what you're doing, because you can't receive any type of higher light until it's your time. All right. This is not to say, however, that one must part with one's faith. The gospel portrait is sacred history, and as such recommends itself in particular to one's faith, if not necessarily to one's sense of historical accuracy. In this kind of history, events are often represented retrospectively and entwined with the dominant religious point of view at a time. The star prophecy, here we go. The prophecy that fueled the entire uprising against Rome is a messianic prophecy. Shout out to my brother Cosmon Kyle. What do you say? So all messianic brews and Christians are actually the Gentiles. Yeah. And the only reason is that is because that's Paul's mission. That was Paul's movement. You dig? The apostles was more Eastern, more concrete. You understand? Like more spiritual, more. That's what they was. All right, so the star prophecy, Josephus' testimony to James, and the star prophecy. It is through the person of James, who is mentioned in a straightforward manner by his younger contemporary Josephus, that we have the most compelling testimony to the existence of his brother Jesus. Whether one takes the name Jesus symbolically or literally, some consider even the reference to James found in the 20th book of Josephus's Antiquities and interpolated. But aside from the fact that little could be gained by such an insertion, the reference is convincing enough and fits in with what we know about James ideologically and historically from other sources. In addition, it provides previously unknown and seemingly reliable data about the circumstances of James's arrest and execution. Yeah. Salute the elder, man. So that whole stoning of Stephen that everybody talking about, it really was historically, that was the stoning of James. They just see what happens, what you got with the literature. The literature is backdated. You dig? And then you have overwrites. So instead of James being so the history is James was stoned, but then they'll write in the literature about a guy named Stephen, who went out the same way, right? But really, James wasn't stoned to like 30 years later. You dig? So it's crazy, but all that's called overwriting, all right? That happens when you compose in literature. All right, right here. But aside from the fact that little could be gained by such an insertion, okay, I got that. Read it already. In addition, last paragraph, y'all. In addition, it provides previously unknown and seemingly reliable data about the circumstances of James's arrest and execution. It is consistent too with the pattern of other such notices in Josephus's Antiquities about persons that mentioned in the Jewish war, though. Okay. Though it is always possible. Though it is always possible that the notice is not complete in the form we have it. James does not appear to have been mentioned at this point by Josephus. Origen, the 3rd century church theologian, and Eusebius, his successor in Caesarea in the next century, both claim to have seen a copy of Josephus different from the one we presently possess. Really? This copy included a passage ascribing the fall of Jerusalem to the death of James, not the death of Jesus. A significant addition, this passage does not exist in the notice about James in the Antiquities available to us at the present time, and there really is no place it could reasonably have been inserted in that document except for the 62 Common Era notice of the circumstances surrounding James's death. Origen was outraged by what he saw and hastened to correct Josephus' version of the facts, insisting that he should have said Jerusalem fell on account of the death of Jesus. This in itself would probably explain the ultimate disappearance of this passage from all existing versions of Josephus's works, even the Arabic Yusufus. Look that up, you'll see it. overtly. Overtly, anyhow. Josephus considers himself a Pharisee, and where Roman power was at issue, the behavior of two other self-professed Pharisees in this period, Paul and Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, the founder of rabbinic Judaism. Y'all write him down. Ooh, wait. There he is. Snuck him out of Jerusalem in a casket. That boy told Vespasian that he fulfills the numbers, the star prophecy in Numbers. And that's how rabbinical Judaism or Phariseeism was turned into rabbinical Judaism survived. That's why your Mishnahs, the Halakha, the Mishnahs and all that was allowed to be composed, your Talmuds, you know what I mean? All the various traditions, right? These things were allowed to take place because a certain rabbi, instead of standing with his brethren, standing with his brethren against Roman imperialists, he snuck out and pledged his allegiance to Caesar. And for that, he was given universities to teach his passive form of Judaism, which was sympathetic toward Rome. That's why all your non-messianic Torah portions, Negroes want to argue. Paul is the founder of what you call this Christianity, Western Christianity. And Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai is the founder of you OT Negroes. And I'm saying messianic or non-messianic, all of the children of sellouts, turncoats. Yeah. The real one, always remember this, the real ones died standing up against the oppression. They wasn't with it. Even if they didn't physically fight, they just laid their life down. They're like, we're not about to look at no naked statue of Caesar in our temple. We don't submit to foreign taxation. I mean, but Jesus said pay your taxes. And then you live in America where everybody know about the Boston Tea Party and you salute all them. You be like, man, they were patriots. And what was the Boston Tea Party about? Them refusing to be taxed by England because England was a foreign nation. So if you can salute, if you can get, you can click your heels and get stiff in the back when you bring up certain patriots like Paul Revere, huh? Why we can't remember the bros that stood up and said, look, I'm not submitting to this. You see, they didn't want to be taxed by a foreign power. You dig? They ain't want that. So they like, we gonna have to bang. They ain't like, what you mean? We not gonna say one. What we gonna do is keep it real. We not submitting to that. You know what I mean? We not submitting to that. Period. Now look at this. So yeah, that cat Rabbi Yah. So the argument with the non-messianic and messianic, look, the argument's dead. The Western Christianity sympathetic toward Rome and Paul, you dig? And the reason why Paul got the majority of the writings in the New Testament, look, y'all, there's an agenda on the table then. All right? Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, there's an agenda there. Y'all will look, this form of whether you call it Christianity or Judaism was allowed to continue by the Roman power. It was allowed. That right there, the real ones was put down for it. You dig? And always remember, they were attacked. What you mean they're rebellious? What do you mean they taking up arms and all that? They just like if your house was attacked right now, every last man and woman that can hear my voice is gonna go grab, you understand, that biscuit, boy. Gonna grab that hammer, you dig, and protect your family regardless of the outcome. Now, can somebody say, oh, he died because he didn't repent, he didn't accept Jesus? Hold on, Jack, they attacked me. Like, what are you talking about? And I had to defend home. Oh man, overthrowing the government ain't, you will never win overthrowing the government. Y'all not understanding. These brothers wasn't trying to overthrow the Roman Empire. They just wanted to be left alone at home. You see how we respond today? And that's how I know that we all are victims of this war right here. Because you don't even care about the brothers that was like, hey, look, we're not finna do this. You don't even care about them. History is just wash them away. But when I tell you, those were the brothers that were messianic. Those were the ones. Ooh-wee. I know. So about this, nor do the constraints under which he operated differ very much from theirs, especially when he tells those stories about popular messianic leaders who had been crucified by Roman administrators. Josephus' general view of the religious frauds or magicians he refers to in this period was that their influence, listen to this, y'all, their influence over the people was more pernicious even than that of the robbers and assassins, and more dangerous. This was primarily because, as he puts it, they were scheming to bring about both religious reform and change in government. This deal political, boy. That is, they had a dual religious and political program. War of the Jews, Book 2, Section 258 through 259, and 264 through 265. We got receipts. Got receipts. Therefore, by necessity, if not inclination, in Josephus, the two are often identical. The presentation of such impostors or deceivers was fashioned in an extremely negative manner, at least in versions of his work prepared for Roman circulation. As the censorship powers of the church became absolute after Constantine, negative presentations of early Christian leaders were recognizable. Undoubtedly would have been replaced by more sympathetic testimonies or deleted altogether. A similar conundrum bedevils Josephus' presentation of responsibility for the fall of the temple. There can be little doubt that the temple in Jerusalem was destroyed by an express Roman political decision. Do y'all hear this? Do y'all know there are people out here saying that all that happened because the brothers were standing against it? I mean, y'all ain't really had no conversation with me. You did. You're just not. Like, this ain't them even overthrowing the government. They just want to be left alone at home. You understand? And become one with their creator without you enforcing your way of life on them. Why would you say that's sinful? Why would you say that's rebellious when most of y'all, again, salute every service member that walk past you? Your back will get stiff, you'll click your heels, and you'll salute them. Thank you for your sacrifice to our country. Well, dang. Really? Yet Josephus portrays the Jews as burning their own temple down around themselves. Do y'all hear this? The Romans no doubt perceived the temple as being the seat of the pestilent messianic movement. Oh, I like that. Which Christian refurbishments notwithstanding it was. The description of these events would have come in the famous lost fifth book of Tacitus, his stories, or possibly the missing portions of the annals, or annals. I said annals. I got both of them actually. Annals of Imperial Rome. I don't got that lost fifth book of Tacitus. I got the Annals of Imperial Rome. But Sulpicius Severus in the 5th century provides an account that was probably based on it. He portrays the Roman War. See, they 500 years later talking about it. He portrays the Roman War. The Roman War Council on the eve of the final assault on the temple, where the definitive decision was taken by Titus's staff to destroy it. No doubt with the enthusiastic support of individuals such as Bernice, Philo's nephew Tiberius Alexander, and Josephus himself. Boy, all them cats right there, Herodians. And down with the Flavians. Another Roman historian, Dio Cassius, notes the Roman amazement at the Jews who in despair threw themselves into the flames. For his part, Josephus is anxious to portray the Jews as burning down their own temple, and Titus is doing everything he can to quench the flames. Wow. In this manner, he rescues Titus from the charge of impiety or temple desecration. So important to a people as superstitious as the Romans. It is easy to recognize in Josephus's presentation of Titus a similar presentation of the behavior of who? Pontius Pilate and Herod toward Yeshua and John the Baptist in the Gospels. Not surprisingly, since all these documents were produced. Since all these documents were produced by similar mindsets under similar constraints. Absolutely. Told y'all there's an agenda here. Though on the basis of the extant corpus, since he testifies that Yeshua was the Christ, Josephus must be considered a Christian. Elsewhere, okay. Not bad. Oh man, I ain't getting that far. Maybe that's it right there. Let me see. That's we ain't got to. Let me put my side on it, y'all. And make sure I don't got page 24 in a different order. Here it is right here. I knew I wasn't tripping, boy. No, I wasn't tripping. Some of this stuff out of order for y'all. I got y'all. We got to wait. Let's get into it. Oh. Elsewhere have seen Josephus informs us in no uncertain terms that he considers Vespasian. He considers Vespasian to have been the one called from Palestine at this time to rule the world. See? The star prophecy. Look at it. Josephus's perversion of the world ruler prophecy is comparable in its cynicism to the Hellenistic reformulation of it in the Gospels. Good night. Look at this. Rabbinic literature is equally cynical in its presentation of Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, the founder of Rabbinic Judaism, as making the same opportunistic interpretation of this prophecy and applying it to who? Vespasian. Hold on. You mean to tell me you got a movement that's like, look, there will come a ruler out of us or amongst us. We're going to stay righteous and we're going to resist this. And then you got Josephus and his rabbi who took the same prophecy and applied it to the Roman Caesar who was attacking them. What is we even talking about her? What is we even talking about? Wow. And applying it to Vespasian, presumably to save his skin. This is the kind of chicanery and sleight of hand typical of this period. Josephus might have been a secret Christian, depending on one's definition of Christian in Palestine. If one wants him, one is Pontius Pilate, and indeed apocryphal gospels asserting this duly appeared in early Christian centuries. These absurdities. If one wants him, one is hold on. One is welcome to him, but not on the basis of his definition or description of Jesus. On this basis, so was Pontius Pilate. So he's saying, well, if Josephus was a Christian, then so was Pontius Pilate. Look at this. Okay, these absurdities have gone so far that there were even Josephinist cults. I didn't know that. Josephus had his own little religion out here, boy. Wow. Josephus had his own religion out here. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, bang right here. It says Josephus cults in the Middle Ages, and is noted that Josephus corpus accompanied the Greek Orthodox canon. Yeah, remember I told y'all in the Middle Ages, the Bibles used to come with the complete works of Flavius Josephus. In England, his first translators, like William Winston in Isaac Newton's time, were convinced they were dealing with a Christian. They thought Josephus was a Christian, man. That's crazy. History can attest to a few more cynical people who have portrayed themselves so frankly. Indeed, besides the wealth of historical data he presents us, if he was a virtue, this is it. He is honest to a fault concerning his own shortcomings and flaws. In fact, he does not even seem to recognize them as flaws at all. All right, so a little map of what we got going on. All right. We. Y'all know we cooking. We cooking. That was page 24. Let's get down to 25. Y'all get some understanding so far. Give me a 4 up in the chat. Bless up, fam. Let's work. Let's go down to page 25. Dang, 25. Chapter 5. We cooking. We cooking today. We cooking. Let's get it. The existence, chapter 5, early church sources and the Dead Sea Scrolls, extra biblical sources relating to James. Crazy. All right, we good? We good to rock? Let's rock out. The existence of James, the brother of Yahshua, Jesus, is not only confirmed in the Pauline corpus, the book of Acts, and by Josephus, it is also echoed in the Gospels, though downplayed. Facts. Matter of fact, before we finish this, let me read this prophecy in Numbers for y'all, so y'all can see with your own face or your own eyes. How these cats applied this to Vespasian, man. Dig. It's crazy. Say, why this ain't coming up? There you go. All right, I'm going over here so y'all can see this. And then we go back to there. I want to show y'all this, because the title of the class is the Star Prophecy. And if they coming out calling Vespasian, saying Vespasian fulfills this, you dig. And then the crazy part is the brothers was fighting against that. They like, yeah, right. We not even finna entertain that madness. Got a naked statue of this nigga over here. When we supposed to believe this Mashiach, is that what you saying? Get real. We gonna stand and we gonna fall, but what we not gonna do, you dig, is go against what we know to be true, man. Number 24, 16, 17, 18, 9, all the way down, like 19. All right, now this is it, specifically verse 27. But this is the prophecy that Josephus and Rabbi Yohanan bar Zakkai said that Vespasian Flavius Titus Caesar fulfilled. Ooh. This is this very same prophecy that the Messianic movement coming out of Palestine, this is the very prophecy that fueled it. So that means the war or the uprising against Rome was a what kind of war? Messianic. So why are the zealots looked at as bad and evil today? How do you look at those who stood up and was like, we not about to do that? Nah, Jack, I only died once. I don't know nothing about all that. How you enjoy watching movies like 300, but you offended at the Israelite zealots who stood up against Roman imperialism? How you like watching movies again like 300, and in the end, Leonidas end up going down? Huh? But you watch it and you love the brotherhood, you love the camaraderie, you love how the Persians coming against them Spartans. They're clearly outnumbered, but the Spartans stood up and in several battles destroyed them Persians, gave them a run for their money. How do you watch movies like that? You get inspired, you say, yeah. Then we bring up the Messianic zealots, and it's like, nah, man, they the re-CC is them. You know what I mean? It's them, man. You know what I mean? See, if it wasn't for them, we would still have Jerusalem. If they just accepted Jesus, but that ain't historically the case. They didn't accept Vespasian. Unless you're going to come on outside and tell me Vespasian Caesar is Jesus. Uh-oh. Unless you're going to come on outside and say that. Because that's who they didn't accept was Caesar. That's who they didn't accept. So are we going to call Jeebus Vespasian Caesar now? You see, like, y'all, I'm talking about to the point to where we looked at is, y'all was trying to overthrow the government. How when them niggas attacked us? How? We were attacked. We was defending home. We was defending family. We was defending what the Creator gave us. Like, you know what I mean? Nah, man, we ain't finna do all that. It's just, I'm not about to get punked out like that. I'm just not about to. So it's just what it is. So this right here, hey, Cal P, stop it, man. Yeah. Vespasian Jeebus, man. Oh my God, bro. Boy, I tell you, boy. I tell you. But look, this prophecy is the prophecy that was fueling the Messianic war against Rome. Who they call the rebels or the freedom fighters, I love to call them, were headed by a disciplined, militant, well-knit family unit, which was the Messiah's family. All right, they were the ones. And the pictures of that is in Acts, the 21st chapter. James got control of the entire Temple Mount. And he make Paul take a Nazarite vow. And it's thousands of them. Thousands. It's close to 8,000 to 10,000 of them right there in Jerusalem. Yeah. Bishop and high priest at the opposition of the lions coming out of Jerusalem. YHWH'S, brother YAH'KI, Yeshua. A whole nother spiel on it, ain't it? Whole nother spiel. That boy said Vespasian Jeebus. Boy, that's funny. So here it is right here. This is the prophecy that Josephus and your boy Rabbi Yohanan Zakkai. So we got two movements here. All right. We got Western overseas Gentile Christianity. And we got modern rabbinical Judaism. Both formed by two niggas who said Vespasian is Jeebus. And they use Numbers 24 to prove it, fam. Good night, man. Number 24 and 16. He have said, which heard the words of God and knew the knowledge of the Most High, was saw the vision of the Almighty, fall into a trance, but having his eyes open. And this actually is a Balaam, the son of Beor. It's crazy. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a what? A star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies. And Israel shall do valiantly. This, they says, applies to Vespasian. I say, wow, bro. They look, if that ain't a way to save your skin, boy. So anything that survived after that only survived because Rome allowed it. Anything that was rocking with the freedom fighters, look, they either deleted it or they downplayed it in the scriptures that they had. Period. Then that's Vespasian. The star prophecy, Numbers 24 and 17. Right? Out of Jacob, though. So we talking about Israel, man. I ain't even, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, look, y'all over here playing with me. I'm not, and I refuse to get played with. I don't play with me. Right? They came on outside and said that man was Messiah. Vespasian. And you know what's crazy to me? Vespasian's son name is Titus. Well, Vespasian's name is Titus Vespasian Flavius. And his son name is Titus Vespasian Flavius. This nigga came in his father's name. And you think it's ironic that Paul has a letter in the Bible named Titus? You think it's ironic Paul saying, salute all those who be of Caesar's household? You think it's ironic Paul got a cat that's rolling with him called Epaphroditus, who just so happens to be Josephus's publisher, who just so happens to be Nero's secretary? You think it's a coinky dink that Paul is saying in his letters to the Romans, Romans 16 and 11, salute Herodian, my kinsman, the Herods. You think it's a coinky dink in Acts the 22nd chapter? This nigga got Roman citizenship. His behind is saved by the Secret Service. They came in and saved him, boy, right off the Temple Mount. That means they were already notified. They was already notified. They was already on guard. They was waiting for him to go down there, cause a disturbance, and come get him up out of there. What are we really talking about her? But the brothers that stood against it are the evil ones. That's what I'm saying. No, stop that. Bro, tell me that, man. You know, brother, we got to repent. I said, bro, what did they need to repent from? They was the ones saying, like, hey, look, you dig? We ain't going for it. Nah, the niggas that was cooperating with Rome, they need to repent. Man, oh man. I know. So number 24 and 17 is a messianic prophecy. This is the star prophecy, or the writings that actually fueled the brothers to stand up against Roman imperialism. This right here. All right. When Rome was almost done winning, you got your boy Josephus and you got your boy Rabbi Yohanan Zakkai. You dig? And there's many parallels with Josephus and Paul. Mess around and been one and the same. But you got the forming of Western overseas Gentile Christianity and the founding of modern day Judaism or rabbinical Judaism, because two men sold out and called it and applied this right here to Vespasian. If y'all understand that, give me a 3 up in the chat. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to where we at. We was on page 25, right? I want to show that. I want to show the star prophecy, man. That's what it was that was fueling the uprising. So that means the war was messianic. The war was messianic. No-way. All right. The existence of James, the brother of Jesus, is not only confirmed in the Pauline corpus, the book of Acts, and by Josephus, it is also echoed in the Gospels, though downplayed. It is further enlarged upon in the literature of early church. The principal sources are Eusebius of Caesarea at the beginning of the 4th century, 260 to 340. So we're talking what, y'all, 1800 years ago? All right. And Epiphanius of Salamis. I got all their writings too. All right. Epiphanius of Salamis at the end of it, 367 to 404, both from Palestine. Wow. That's interesting. Their testimonies about James overlap, but with interesting differences and emendations. There is a much shorter notice in Jerome's in praise of illustrious men. I actually had it. I might have it pulled up already. You know what I mean? We can read about that too. You know, whose principal work was also conducted in Palestine, most notably Bethlehem, was famous for his biblical scholarship, the basis of the Latin Vulgate Bible of the day. That's your boy Jerome. Yeah, he the one that translated the Greek into the Latin. His testimony overlaps with both Eusebius and Epiphanius. The latter, Epiphanius, his contemporary, and it seems Jewish convert to Christianity. While Eusebius and Epiphanius are more extensive, Jerome focuses on several aspects of the tradition that are extremely important for our understanding of James. The greater part of these sources and testimonies is based on two earlier writers from the 2nd century, both now lost. The first, Hegesippus, some call him Hegesippus the Nazarene. Y'all read that Antiquity Unveiled too. SHALOM and Cosmon Calvin brought that out. That's a good read. You start seeing all these names pop up. All these names start popping up. Like, man, what is going on? First Hegesippus, 90 through 180. So he lived in the last part of the 1st century into the 2nd century. Was a 2nd century churchman, also from Palestine. The second, Clement of Alexandria, 150 to 215, was Origen's predecessor and teacher in Egypt. Their testimony, while not always in agreement, overlaps substantially, though Hegesippus is more extensive. Eusebius is straightforward about his dependence on both and presents large sections from them, particularly Hegesippus. Without his verbatim quotations, he would be without these two all-important testimonies. Hegesippus flourished within a century of James and seems to have been a Jewish Christian, whatever may be meant by this term in this time. Right. As a young man, he would have known persons whose memory spanned the time frame involved, or would have known people with personal knowledge of the events and individuals in question. His testimony, therefore, is to be highly prized, but it is regrettable that none of his works have survived, except these precious excerpts in Eusebius. Though some works of Clement of Alexandria have survived, the materials about James used by Eusebius and Epiphanius did not, nor have any materials about James from Clement, additional to those quoted in Eusebius, survived. The reader should keep in mind that there are two Clements. The first one in Rome, in whose name the pseudo-Clementines, or drumroll, the Clementine homilies. Clement of Alexandria is not the Clement of Rome. We'll pull up the beginning of the recognitions of Clement later, and let's see what Clement's name is. Good night, boy. Good night. I was like, oh man, you know I got to show the people. Got to show the people. Now, right here, it says, all right, it says the first one in Rome, in whose name the pseudo-Clementines have been redacted, was one of the earliest popes at the end of the 1st century. Not only is he designated as the first or second pope in Rome after Peter, a lively travel literature developed in his name, associated with the process of his conversion, known laterally as the pseudo-Clementines, all right, or the Nazarene Acts, Clementine homilies, same thing. The Jewish Christian or Ebionite tendencies, or Ebionites, salute the Ebionites, tendencies of the pseudo-Clementines, comprising both the recognitions of Clement and the homilies, which is together as the Nazarene Acts, y'all, have often been remarked. The only real difference between the two works is that the attack on James by Paul in the first book of the recognitions and the surrounding material there seem to have been deleted from the homilies. Yeah, that's true. Presenting a more sanitized version. Therefore, the recognitions in particular provides important information for our consideration of James, not so much doctrinally, but historically. Yeah, we got that though. I'm about to pull the cover up for y'all. The Clement on whose work some of the statements about James found in Eusebius and Epiphanius are based, however, is not this Clement, but a 2nd century Alexandrian theologian by the same name. Exactly. Not the same Clement. All right. Though he was a younger contemporary of Hegesippus, the testimony he provides is neither as extensive nor as useful as Hegesippus' impressive legacy. From what has survived, it can be concluded that he had information about James's role. Hold on, let me show y'all. What is that? 20 what? Oh, no, man, you're tripping. So I'm looking at page 26. Hold on, yeah. This stuff out of order. In fact, I'm tripping. All I gotta do is just remember James's role. Page 26. All right, bang. James's role as successor to Yahshua and the circumstances of his death, nor does Clement evince any embarrassment over James's brother relationship with Yahshua. But garbling of materials and mythologization have already begun to take place, even more than in Gesap's case, though he is only a little more than a century away from the events in question. Still, Clement of Alexandria is a useful link in the process of transmission and another firm testimony to James's importance in first century Palestine and other areas in the East. Dang, all right, come on. There are also important materials about James and two other writers from the 2nd century. Papias, I got him, and Justin Martyr, got him too. Justin Martyr does not mention James specifically, but the data he records are extremely helpful as regards the substance of what early notions of Christianity might have been, particularly the righteousness/piety dichotomy, which he considers the essence of Christianity. He also provides interesting materials about what might have constituted scripture in those days. Where Paul is concerned, though both come from Asia Minor, Justin doesn't mention him at all. At all, but seems rather studiously to avoid him. If this is an indication of some 2nd century doctrinal rift, it is interesting information indeed. Even more interesting for our purposes is Papias, whose works have survived only in fragments. Eusebius knows of Papias' works, and once again, here and there, gives excerpts from these. However, there are some fragments purporting to come from Papias, which came to light in the last century. If authentic, these are of the utmost importance for studying the family of Yeshua, particularly the relationship of Yeshua's uncle Cleophas, to Mary, and by epitome, the information they provide is very penetrating. As these relationships are clarified, so too can the existence of a fourth, rather epiphermal brother of Jesus, Yeshua, which tradition insists on calling Joseph or Joseph. Wait, let's go look that up real quick. Then we coming right back. Show y'all something. I got the recognitions of Clement down there somewhere. I think that's it right there. Oh, here's it right here. It's the beginning of it. And look at this, y'all. Look at this here. And yeah, hey, look, I still read the book, get little jewels out of it and all that. That's what we talking about right here. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. The recognitions of Clement. That's what Robert Eisenman was just talking about. And then here it shows you how Paul tried to kill James. It's crazy. All right. It says the preaching of Peter, the ascents of James, excerpts from Clement's homilies, and the Sinai Arabic summary from the journal of who? Who did I say? T or Titus Flavius. Good night, bro. Clemens. Good night. You mean to tell me Clement is a Flavian too? Good night, boy. He a Flavian like Josephus a Flavian, like Vespasian a Flavian, like his son Titus a Flavian, like his other son Domitian a Flavian. Like Constantine 300 years later, who adopted Christianity as a state religion of the Roman Empire, a Flavian. You mean to tell me that Clement is a Flavian? Man, I seen it. I said, oh, yeah, I got to show the people this. It did. But again, y'all, with anything you read, you did, hey, chew the fruit, spit the seeds, don't get bound by nothing, test everything. All right, but he is the Flavian. There is his name, T. Flavius Titus Flavius Clement or Clemens. That's him. That's him. I said you can't escape these cats, bro. So we may want to relook at the, you may want to look at that what is it, the Flavian conspiracy and the documentary Caesar's Messiah. He go right into them Flavians, boy, and how this literature, the New Testament and all supporting literature, came out of the Flavian courts. That's why I was in Greek. I say, good night, boy. There it is right there. Now that lets you know your brother ain't never scared to be transparent. I could have been scared. Nah, I don't want to show that. Because the white man, I be laughed out of the conscious community. So I don't want to be man. Look, I don't care nothing about what no Millie about Negro got to say about me. I don't care a little bit. Right? One thing about me, I can't unsee something. So if after I see it, man, I gotta go show the people. What you mean? These niggas are Flavian. So now it's really not hard for me to believe that the literature of the New Testament is Flavian wartime propaganda. Why? So about this. Why would that be hard for me to believe when I go get the Nazarene Acts or the Recognitions of Clement, and on the cover page it's from his journal and he's a Flavian? I'm just saying, at least you got to know, right? You should know what you're dealing with. And Robert Eisman just said, don't confuse that Clement with Clement of Alexandria. They're totally different. Okay? I'm gonna let that drop. Let y'all look at that for a minute. They go, man, you telling it all. Man, why not? Why not, player? I'm almost done, actually. Yeah, Jesus do got brothers. Let's go show that too, man. Everybody's scared to deal. I'm calling Joseph or Joses. Right in the scriptures, right? What does it say in the Hebrew? All right. First, we're going to go to Matthew 13 real quick. I can show family. Family in there. It's bloodline. It ain't on you, it's in you. Right? Why would you believe, man? Why would you believe that not being a tight-knit family is righteous? What that mean? If they don't want to get around, I'll leave. Right, bro? Look, you ain't finna create nothing but a trail of damage everywhere you done went, boy. And Bible say, who is my mom? Man, look, you ain't applying it today and getting no type of righteous understanding or results. Keep bumping your head. Right? Matthew 13. Matthew 13 and 53. And it came to pass that when Yeshua had finished these parables, he departed thence. And when he was come into his own land or country, he taught them in their synagogue, and so much that they were astonished, and said, whence hath this man this wisdom and these mighty works? Is not this the who? Carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary, and his brethren, James, that's what we talking about today, right? And Joseph, and Simon, who probably is Simon the Zealot, Simeon Bar, and Yahudah, Judah, who you call Jesus, according to the Bible, had brothers and sisters. Verse 56. And his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then have this man all these things? You see that? It's a family man, tight-knit. And they was not submitting to Rome. It's just what it is. It ain't what the history's showing us, at least. It did. I want to show that. Show that, and then you get a second witness in Mark. Go to Mark 2. You got your second witness. Like, man, you ain't backing on no second witness. I can't believe it. There's only one scripture. Then turn around and tell me Jesus wept. And that's written in there one time, boy. Y'all not finna be playing with me around here talking about you picking and choosing what you finna believe, man. Israelite won't even deal with you because you just pulled out Matthew 13, 53 through 55 and didn't show its corresponding precept. And it's scriptures in the Bible one time that you wholeheartedly believe, such as Jesus wept. Anyway, Mark 6. Mark 6, I'm gonna hit 2 and 3. And when the Shabbat day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many hearing him were astonished, saying, "From whence have this man these things?" Like, so his knowledge is out of this world. The masters in the synagogue didn't teach him. You feel me? How he his wives. Look at this. And what wisdom is this which is given unto him, that even such mighty works are wrought by his hands? Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of who? James and Joseph, and of Yahudah, Judah, and Simon? Huh? So you know he at least had 4 brothers, right? And are not his sisters are with us, and they were offended at him. Look at that. Look at that, boy. I know. Let's get back to it. All right. Y'all is just coming in. We reading James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, volume 1. All right. We're going to get into it. All right. Apocryphal Gospels, Apocalypses, Acts, and Anti-Acts. If y'all get some understanding so far, give me a 2 up in the chat. Bless up, family. That's work, man. Let's work. We almost done. We ain't here to exchange fancy and smooth soliloquies, though. We gonna work. All right, we gonna work. Make sure we all good. Let me check the chat real quick with y'all. All right, we solid, we good. Let's work. In these kinds of documents, too, we have important sources for the life, teaching, and person of James. In the Gospels, primarily the Synoptics. We have the testimony to the brothers of Jesus, however downplayed these may be. We just read that, right? No embarrassment is evinced about the fact that these brothers, nor is there any indication that they may be half brothers, right? Brothers by a different mother or any other such designation aimed at reducing their importance and minimizing their relationship to Yeshua, Jesus. He like, but see, that comes along with tradition, man. People get talking about they was half brothers, or they was Joseph's other children by another woman. So technically, they wasn't his siblings. Yeah, but that ain't what the history say. It did. And it's crazy, man. Like, it's crazy. Like how far people will go to place that in your mind. And now today, all that's running on automatic. Even though we just read, this man got a whole family out here. And his brothers took up his mantle. Took up the charge after he was murdered. In these reports, Yeshua's mother and brothers come to him to talk. Okay. In these reports, Yeshua's mother and brothers come to him to talk to or question him. They are 4 in number: James, Simon, Jude, and Joseph. One or more sisters are also mentioned, one specifically named Salome, Mark 15 and 40. Other than some sayings that imply a disparaging attitude towards those close to Yeshua and his immediate family and additional material in apostle list, there is little else in the Gospels relating to them. This attitude of disparagement directed against what can only be called the Israelite or the Jewish apostles, in effect comprising the nucleus of what is called the Jerusalem church, right? These are the ones that run the movement. You do know this, right? Is a retrospective one and part of the anti-family and anti-Jewish polemic of Pauline or overseas Christianity. It is not a historical one. Nah, man. The real bros, and they was down with their families, man. That's what they was fighting for, the liberation of Zion. It did. You know, that's all we got is family. Now, a lot of y'all know how we grew up and all that. A lot of us grew up with our family, our brothers, our cousins, our sisters. You know what I mean? All that. Grew up taking baths with these little cats and sleeping on the floor, sleepovers, watching TV, making making a pallet on the floor, man. Look, come on, man. Come on. How could you not? So how could somebody who wasn't from that know him better than those who like smelled his farts and all that growing up? You know what I mean? Like I got children right out here on the couch right now. Right? I could actually have I have a few sons who are like 2 years apart. Right? Who see each other every morning, play around, cry, laugh, fall, argue. How you gonna tell me some cat that never met my bruh, you did know him better than me? That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense. The fact that these brothers, particularly James, also emerges in what are referred to as apocryphal gospels. Those works in the gospel genre, which for one reason or another did not get into the canon that emerged after Constantine. Yeah, they wasn't voted in, right? Principal among these are gospels that are known only through secondhand accounts from church fathers, notably Origen, Eusebius, Epiphanius, and Jerome. These include, y'all listen, these include, in particular, the Gospel of the Hebrews, the Gospel of the Nazarenes, the Gospel of the Ebionites. Salute. Huh? That means historically speaking, y'all, look, we on the right path. We on the right path. Salute the Nazarene, Essene, Ebionite brotherhood. You already know. You already know. But that ain't canon. That ain't canon. They could rather call it apocryphal or heretical. You did. But that we've been reading out of that since 2021. None of these gospels, which were all said to have been based on the Gospel of Matthew, has survived except in quoted fragments. Nor is it clear that they were ever really separate gospels at all. Really. I like how trill he be trying to keep it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get to page 27. 27, man. All right, bang. Simply variations of each other. In several of the surviving notices, James plays a significant role, particularly in post-resurrection appearance of Yeshua. In addition, James plays a prominent role in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, recently discovered in NehemiYAH. Unlike most other Gospels, the Gospel of Thomas is simply a list of sayings ascribed to Yeshua. Other materials from NehemiYAH further reinforce the importance James was accorded in early centuries of Christianity, particularly in the East. There can be no doubt that this is the James of this book, and that he was viewed in the manner almost of a supernatural redeemer figure, superseded in importance only by Yeshua himself. This is very curious, and once again confirms that James's role in the East was one of overarching importance. It will be the view of this book that this status was only a little exaggerated beyond his true role in the Palestine of his day. Among these documents from NehemiYAH presenting James as being of such commanding stature are the first and second apocalypses of James. There is also the largely fictional Protevangelium of James, which is the perpetual virginity of Mary. Got that too. That's in the lost books of the Bible and the Garden of Eden. That's in that book. All right. Which claims to be an account of the infancy of Jesus, told from the point of view of James, his closest living relative. Regardless of the credibility of this gospel, and in it, we have the doctrine of the perpetual virginity of Mary. Bag drop. That means the mother of Messiah remained a virgin her whole life. Come on, man. Come on. That should be a clear red flag that this is Catholic overseas Paul's Christianity. perpetual virginity of Mary. The importance of James is again highlighted, this time in his role of unimpeachable witnesses. Where books of Acts are concerned, there are other lost materials like the documents referred to by scholars as the, what is that? The Kerygmata Petro, the teaching of Peter, or another lost work, Travels of Peter. These are difficult to reconstruct with any certainty, but are thought to have been incorporated into the Pseudo-Clementines. It's difficult to overestimate the importance of these documents for consideration of the person of James. After from doctrinal considerations important for second to third century groups known as Jewish Christians or Ebionites, there are materials, particularly in the first book of the Recognitions, that are important as a kind of anti-Acts. They present a picture of the early days of the church in Jerusalem, from the point of view not of a Luke or a Paul, but of a writer sympathetic to James, and with him the whole of the Jerusalem church establishment, including the Israelite apostles. That's in that Recognitions of Clement, Nazarene Acts I showed y'all. All right. It can be objected that the pseudo-Clementines are not history but fiction, hence the prefix pseudo. But this is what we are dealing with in regard to most documents. Y'all heard this? But this is what we are dealing with in regard to most documents from this period. Full of facts, except those with outright historical intent like Josephus. On this basis, the pseudo-Clementines do not differ appreciably from more familiar documents like the Gospels or the Book of Acts. The pseudo-Clementines are no more counterfeit than these. You say, so you don't want to, if you're going to say that it's fake, then you got to throw the Gospels in there too. Straight up. Or if you're going to deal with the Gospels, deal with the Clementine homilies too. They'll blow your mind. The point is that there is occasionally reliable material in these accounts. Right, so chew the fruit, spit out the seeds, particularly in the first book of the Recognitions. All right. Here one might wish to apply the doctrine of incongruity, that is, when a fact is considered poorly documented for some reason or flies in the face of obviously orthodox materials. This is sometimes good grounds for taking it more seriously than one might otherwise have done. The physical attack by Paul on James, described in the Recognitions, is just such a piece of astonishing material. It will overlay lacunae and clearly counterfeit materials in the book of Acts, for instance, about someone called Stephen, so well that it will be all but impossible to discard. The pseudo-Clementines. The pseudo-Clementines give a picture. The pseudo-Clementines give a picture of the early church in Palestine at odds with the one presented in Acts, yet meshing with it at key points, though they have come down in several recensions. A case can be made for their being based on the same source as Acts, that is, the pseudo-Clementines and Acts connecting a series of recognizable common joints, but the material is being treated differently in one narrative than in the other. For the most part, the pseudo-Clementines are concerned with confrontations between Peter and Simon Magus, who a lot of scholars say is Paul. Straight up. Acts is also concerned with this confrontation, but whereas it passes over it in a few sentences, pseudo-Clementine linger over its various metamorphoses. AD, let me go 28, page 28. Mm-hmm. So ad nauseam. However these things may be, the basic treatment of the confrontation between Simon Peter and Simon Magus and Sarah, or the pseudo-Clementines correctly located, can be shown to be more historical than the patently more fantastic presentation of it in the book of Acts. The Recognition is also clear of Acts' lack of precision about Simon Magus' place of origin, which is identified as Gita in Samaria. This is also confirmed in Eusebius. This is just one example of the superiority of the novelizing of the pseudo-Clementines over the novelizing of the book of Acts. Yeah, that Nazarene Acts is powerful, man. What he calls pseudo-Clementines is the Nazarene Acts. And that all references to pseudo in these terms are relative. Right. Because of its confusion over this, Acts places Peter confrontation with Simon Magus in Samaria instead of Caesarea, where it belongs. When this confrontation is joined with Josephus's picture of Simon, the head of an assembly of his own in Jerusalem in the Antiquities, who also comes to Caesarea to meet with Agrippa I around 44 CE. Then we shall be able to make some sense of all these overlapping and sometimes contradictory notices. Antiquities 19, section 332 to 334. Preface to the second cluster of the pseudo-Clementine materials, the homilies are two letters like those one finds in the New Testament, but purporting to be from Peter to James and Clement to James. Put aside the question of their authenticity for the moment, that they are pointedly addressed to James as Bishop of Bishops or Archbishop shows that their authors had little doubt that James was the leader of the whole of Christianity in his time, and that apostles like Peter and Paul were subordinate to him. Bag drop, bag drop, bag drop. Subordinate to who? James, the just, Yahshua's biological brother. See, what Christianity did was make a transition and roll with Paul. Right? The real ones was like, no, it did, and majority of them died. Like a lot of them got up out of there. You know what I mean? A lot of them, was murdered. In addition, these letters contain several important points for our consideration. For instance, that all overseas teachers required letters of introduction, letters of commendation. Sound familiar? Because your boy Paul used to always, get real slick. Like, I really don't need no letters. Somebody need to vouch for you. Because if you ain't vouched for, you out here on your own mission. All right. And they gave Paul and Barnabas letters. James did. And the Jerusalem assembly, they gave them letters. Right after that, Paul and Barnabas fell out. And Paul started teaching different things than what he was told to teach. You see what I'm saying? Making the letters of recommendation null and void. Because when I'm going to give you a letter of recommendation or a reference to be out here or snap you valid, but you ain't teaching what I'm telling you to teach. You see? That's what we dealing with here, y'all. That's what we dealing with here. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. In addition, these letters contain several important points for our consideration. For instance, that all overseas teachers require letters of introduction or certification from James, and were required to send him back periodic reports of their activities. An assertion that makes sense. We would have had little trouble deducing this in any case from reading between the lines of Paul's shrill protest concerning his lack of such certification in his letters. But the fact of this requirement actually being present in these apocryphal letters prefacing the anti-Acts is impressive. It is like finding a missing link. Had it not been present, we would have had to deduce it. Yep. And I got that letter. I got the letter from Peter to James and from Clement to James. James is the one. You dig? And then in that Nazarene Acts, Peter straight tell you, he say, look, if you ain't went up to Jerusalem and was not stamped valid by Yaakov, Yahshua's brother, you are not to be received. Paul never got stamped valid. They gave him some letters, but then he disagreed with the letters and taught something different. See that? Wow. To sum up, it is our position that Acts and the pseudo-Clementines, y'all, is the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. The one cover I just showed y'all, or the diary of Titus Flavius Clement. All right, look at this. Sum it up. It is our position that Acts and the pseudo-Clementines are neither independent of nor dependent on each other, but parallel accounts going back to the same source. That is, the first and second books of the pseudo-Clementine recognitions do not go back to Acts, but to a common source both were using. But one can go even further than this. One can insist, however, startling this may at first appear, that the recognitions are a more faithful to this underlying source than Acts. The points of contact between the two are clearly discernible, as for instance, the confrontations on the Temple Mount culminating in an attack led by Paul on someone. But so is the fact that Acts is changing the source on which both are based in a consistent and clearly discernible manner. At times, this borders on what in the jargon of the day might be called disinformation. Right. You dig? You know, that's all that was. The stoning of Stephen was all about Paul attempting to kill James. These confrontations on the Temple Mount would also appear to be the subject matter of another lost work about James, from which Epiphanes quotes several passages. Epiphanes calls this work the Anabathmoi Jacoba, the Ascents of James, a title that sets up interesting resonances with the Jewish underground mystical tradition known as Kabbalah. The Ascents of James, which appears to relate to the discourse James gave in the temple while standing on the temple steps. Hence, the title also relates to the picture in the early part of Acts of the apostles going every day to the temple as a group. And they're either talking to the Jewish crowd, Hebrew crowd, or arguing with the temple authorities. The same pictures presented or represented in the recognitions of Clement. And some believe materials from the Ascents of James have ended up in the Nazarene Acts or the recognitions of Clement. The materials that Epiphanes does exert are interesting in themselves and fill in some missing points about Paul's biography, as seen through the eyes of his opponents, not his. Let's go to page 29. Click on 29, boy. Oh, man, come on. Just stop playing with me. There we go. All right, not his supporters, and placed James at the center of agitation in the temple in the years leading up to the uprising. Y'all heard this? James is at the center of the agitation. Remember, this is Yahshua's brother. Nah, this is Yahshua's brother. And he's called James the Righteous. So it wasn't like he was moving anti-Messiah or anti-Torah, none of that. His understanding of Torah was more radical than the Pharisees and them. You know, that's the rabbinical Judaism that survived. But when you done talking, like he was at the center of the temple agitation, meaning he was the leader. He was the high priest and bishop of the opposition alliance movement. And it was so many of them, they had control of the Temple Mount. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. It says right here, yep, not only will this last assertion be shown to bear on how temple service was being carried out by Herodian priests. Now, why you think James decided to wear his mitre and the high priest? He ain't even no Levite, no son of Aaron. But you got fake priests over here anyway, in the temple, in Jerusalem. Fake king, fake priests, fake judges. They all Herodians. They are Herodians. You know what I mean? Look at this record. But also to the rejection of gifts and sacrifices from Gentiles in the temple by those Josephus calls either Sicarii or Zealots. 3.5 years after the death of James, triggering the revolt against Rome, both will also be seen reflected in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop. What is we really saying here? The Dead Sea Scrolls. The most controversial and debatable identification we will make will concern the Dead Sea Scrolls. It will be asked, what have these documents to do with a study of James? The answer is simple. In the first place, there are parallel and, in some cases, contemporary cultural materials. Some may object that Dead Sea Scrolls are earlier documents, even if this proposition were proven for all the scrolls, which it is not. The ideas represented in much of the corpus have a familiar ring. particularly when one gets to know these ideas associated with James or takes an in-depth look at the letter associated with his name in the New Testament. So initially, it is certainly permissible to say that the ideas in the scrolls flow in a fairly consistent manner into the ideas associated with the community led by James, regardless of the dating of the Qumran text. Let's keep going. No one doubts that there are older documents among the Dead Sea Scrolls, but no one can contest the fact that there are also newer ones. The only question being how new. Some texts contain ideas and allusions that are all but indistinguishable from those represented by the community led by James. It is these that must be seen as contemporary. These documents are sometimes referred to as sectarian, meaning in terms of our above discussions, non-Pharisaic or non-rabbinic. These include, at the very least, all the Pesharim at Qumran. Qumran is the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Or the Dead Sea Scroll community. But what is Peshar? A Peshar is a commentary. So you might see Habakkuk Peshar. You know what I mean? This is a commentary on the book Habakkuk, right? It's a commentary. At Qumran, a commentary on a well-known biblical passage, usually from the prophets. The important thing is that the biblical passage being interpreted was fraught with significance for the scroll community. Often this takes the form of citing a biblical passage out of context or even sometimes slightly altered, followed by the words Peshero or Pesher HaDevar, meaning its interpretation or the interpretation of the passage is. The text then proceeds to give an idiosyncratic interpretation having to do with the history or ideology of the group. With particular reference to contemporary events, these commentaries or pashirs have been found at Qumran in single exemplars only and none in multiple copies, which is not the case for most other documents found there. The number of sectarian documents among the scrolls reaches well into the hundreds. This is why the documents found at Qumran are so astonishing. They are not just a random sampling or cross-section of the literature from this period, as some have theorized, but very uniform and consistent in content. Of course, there are variations having to do with the style or personality of individual authors or period of origin, but the same doctrines move from document to document, the same terms, the same dramatist persona. The literature discovered in the caves, and it is a literature, is a wildly creative one, and wildly creative one. And different authors are expressing themselves sometimes in the most creative or poetic manner. However, one will never, for instance, listen to this. However, one will never, for instance, find a document among the scrolls advocating compromise, nor one recommending accommodation with the powers that be, or foreigners, or those the writers designate in their sometimes infuriatingly obscure code the seekers after smooth things. So he said you never find in the scrolls cooperators, niggas who gonna cooperate with wrong. That's what you won't find. You'll find some great prayers, some great hymns, some great music. You understand? Things to get you motivated and all that. Community rule, pre-scroll, war scroll, a purification scroll. You'll find all that, but what you're not gonna find is anything that's sympathetic toward wrong. Ooh wee. One would never find a text of Qumran denigrating the law or advocating for instance, niece marriage, polygamy, or divorce, all of which this group considered breaking the law. Ooh wee. I know Negroes get mad. I know. I look on page 30. Page 30. Dang. What do you mean, Mally? We. The same imagery, too, moves from document to document. The imagery of righteousness, perfection, zeal, the poor, straightening the way, the community, its temple, Holy Spirit, baptism, the perfection of holiness in the same personalities. The righteous teacher, the wicked priest, the spouter of lies, the comedian, or the traitors. There are multiple copies of some sectarian or non-biblical documents, like the famous War Scroll that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Powerful. The Community Rule. You dig? The Damascus document, the Qumran hymns, MMT. That's a good one too. Or the letters relating to works, righteousness, and others. The precise date of these documents is still a matter of much controversy. It's not that these documents do not come from the Second Temple period. They do. The problem is trying to date them with more precision than that. Given the state of the archaeological and paleographic data having to do with the community responsible for these writings, I've said that one must make one's determinations on the basis of internal data, the illusions and perspective of the document itself. Take, for example, the community rule, which many Qumran specialists have attempted to date in the 2nd century BC, or even earlier on the basis of handwriting that they consider older relative to newer fragments. However, in the community rule, we have the way in the wilderness, text from Isaiah 40:3, applied in the New Testament to the mission of John the Baptist. Okay, you see, so he's like this. So that would be a 1st century. You know what I mean? Referred to twice, and an exposition of the passage consistent with the mindset of Qumran, applying it to the community's own separation and activities in the wilderness. In addition, there is a plethora of other allusions like the Holy Spirit, baptism, the community as temple, and spiritualized sacrifice, imagery so familiar in the Pauline corpus, given the parallels with what we know to be 1st century ideas. 1st century ideas. Ooh-wee. So he giving you so Robert Eisman calls the scrolls of the literature of the messianic movement coming out of 1st century Palestine. And he just gave you an example on why he's saying that. You know what I mean? Bing. Given the parallels of what we know to be 1st century ideas, this document is late, meaning 1st century CE, regardless of dubious paleographic estimations. The same can be said for the Damascus document, again, on the basis of internal data. This document has a 1st century ambiance as well, regardless of arguments to the contrary, based on external data. These internal considerations include the exegesis of the star prophecy and other messianic allusions, the 1st century currency of which is indisputable, together with the ideology of justification, the commandment to love your neighbor, with which the letter of James calls the royal law, according to the scripture, and which Josephus designates as one of the fundamental parts of John the Baptist's righteousness, piety dichotomy, and the Damascus imagery one also finds in the book of Acts. There are many more. So this is how he said, saying that now scrolls are more 1st century than 2nd century. And if they're 1st century, that means that that's the literature coming out of 1st century Palestine. That's the messianic literature. Similarly, all Pesharim from Qumran must be seen as late. This is not only because, and Peshar, remember y'all, is a commentary. This is not only because of formula like the last priest of Jerusalem and Habakkuk 2:4, the righteous shall live by his faith, which we know was being subjected to exegesis in the 1st century, but also the Syrian description of the foreign enemies, of the foreign armies invading the country, who sacrificed to their standards and worshiped their weapons of war. Roman imperial practice of the 1st century CE and Roman tax farming and final booty taking in the temple. Yeah, it was booty bandage too. But nah, that booty means, spoils of war, which did not occur after any assault except that of 70 CE. Yeah, come on home, boy. Them scrolls is 1st century, Jack. It's 1st century. Ooh-wee. And that's based off the data that's within them. That's why he's saying it's too much similar talk to what's going on. All right. Since they have been found in single copies only, they would appear to represent the latest literature, the community literature that did not have time to go into wide circulation or be reproduced in multiple copies. In addition, they are extremely personalized or idiosyncratic, filled with the ethos of events transpiring in the cataclysmic end time or last days spoken of in Daniel and in the New Testament. All right, bottom of page 30. It is also primarily in these Pesharim that one comes upon all the dramatis persona of the community and its history. For instance, in addition to the term cited above, the simple of Judah doing Torah, the violent ones of the Gentiles, the Kittim, the additional ones of the peoples, the city built on blood, the poor, the meek, and so on. These allusions tied in an apocalyptic manner to prized biblical texts, the reason for whose choices becomes clear once one examines the vocabulary involved. The authors of these commentaries definitely felt they were living in some cataclysmic end time, and all the imagery, everything about their ethos, including the repetitive vocabulary they employ, points to the Roman period. The Dead Sea Scrolls is the messianic literature that was coming out of first century Palestine or first century Judea. And if that's the case, then now we got a glimpse into that first century movement. It was way more sophisticated. It had high priests, it had bishops. You know what I mean? They was printing, they was minting their own coins, they were doing all that. You know what I mean? All right, right here. All right, points to the Roman period. In fact, to be precise, to the period of Imperial Rome. Okay, we shall be able to link allusions, particularly from the Pesharim, but also from the Damascus document, community rule, and war scroll, to events of James's life. Not only this, but an additional effect would develop when the events of James's life are superimposed on materials from Qumran, particularly those having to do with the destruction of the righteous teacher by the wicked priests. Additional data can be elicited from them that one would not otherwise have known or suspected. Seeming non sequiturs or obscure readings are cleared up, and additional data thus elicited from the text. No other character from any time or place during the 2 or 3 centuries of Palestinian history we are studying produces anything like the same match one gets when one views James in relation to the scroll documents. Reigning theories of Qumran origins generally evade this issue and often do not even attempt to develop the internal evidence involved. This is the safer way, but in these materials, we have to do with a major movement. Y'all heard this? The Dead Sea Scrolls is literature of a major movement within Judaism and dramatis persona of no slight importance. It is impossible that these people should have failed to make an impression on their time and place, nor appear in the wealth of sources we have available to us for this period. There are other considerations too that need to be analyzed. Here we have 2 communities: the Jerusalem community led by a teacher called in tradition James the Just, or to follow the sense of the original Hebrew, James the Righteous One, and the community at Qumran led by an unknown teacher called the Righteous Teacher, or the Teacher of Righteousness. Like James, he too appears to come to an unhappy end. Whenever the details relating to the Qumran teacher's life, teaching, and demise are being developed in a pursuit, the illusion played on in the underlying biblical text is invariably the Zadik or righteous one. This is so common that almost every available righteous one text from the Bible is subjected to exegesis in some manner in the extent materials from Qumran. This amounts almost to a rule of thumb. Significantly, one will find the same or similar text being applied to James' demise in early Christian writings. Let's keep going. It has been contended that the scroll community is at Qumran while the Jerusalem community is in Jerusalem. Therefore, they are not identical. However, parallel their teachings. This might appear on the surface to be a fair statement, except for the fact that a careful analysis of the Dead Sea community or Qumran text often places the righteous teacher and his followers in Jerusalem. Bag drop. Bag drop. Por contra, materials in the Jamesian corpus definitely placed James and all his community following their flight from Jerusalem in the region of Jericho near the location of Qumran. Right, right, because eventually they had to get up out of his community did. He was murdered. With regard to the actual physical site at Qumran and the fortress-like settlement located there, references to the wilderness camps in the Qumran documents are invariably in the plural. On the basis of internal data, there is no indication whatsoever where these camps might have been located, except for 2 references in the War Scroll to, firstly, the wilderness of the peoples, and secondly, the wilderness of Judea. The former is probably synonymous with what goes by the name of the land of Damascus, or just plain Damascus, and the document deriving its name from that designation. And in this document, the figure known as the Mabakar, Mabakar, or overseer or bishop, who is either synonymous with or parallels another known as the high priest commanding the camps. The high priest commanding the camps bears an uncanny resemblance to James and his role in the early church. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop. All right, so that's it for that, y'all. Next, we're going to get into historical James, part 2. And it's chapter 6, the first appearance of James in the book of Acts. All right. That's where we going next time we go live. History verse literature, part 4. You dig? Nazarene edition, part 107, the star prophecy. Star prophecy. Oh, wait. Somebody God failed. Believe that. Somebody God failed, man. Let me pull up his definition of literature and his definition of history. Somebody mad, they be all right, though. Now, if y'all getting some understanding so far, go ahead and give me a 1 up in the chat. Bless up, family. Bless up, family. Bless up. All right. The boy said, oh boy. Nah, I don't think so. So is the book of Clementines and the Ethiopian Bible that Enoch in it accurate? No, you like with any book, you gotta search through it, chew the fruit, spit out the seeds. You know what I mean? It's all on you. Your rise and your fall is all on you. It's all on you. Let me put these definitions up real quick. You know, if y'all getting some understanding, we all good. Okay, bang. We looking good. Let me see if this deal worked now. Earlier that was tripping. Hold on, let me make the screen large. Bing. Cornell Davis in the building. What's the word, my Cali brother? Bless up. What's the word, family? Ooh, wait. You don't need CNN to know it's war outside. That's right, baby. All right, let me pull this up, man. Good to see y'all. Good to be seen. All right, let's pull up these definitions, though. You don't need CNN to know it's war outside, boy. All right. The package and literature definition. Look up literature. And let's try to give an example. Okay, Merriam-Webster's, pull it up. Get into it. See what we got as literature. Literature. All right. You understand what literature is? And look, that don't mean literature doesn't have, like, you understand, things in it that's historical, because it does. Literature has historical things in it. You understand? But there's a difference between the literature and the history thereof, right? Let me show some of it. You don't need CNN to know it's war outside. And if it's for a righteous cause, so track on right. Okay. Literature. Now, let me know if y'all can see that. Now, y'all see that? All right, literature is a noun. Okay. 1A, writings in prose or verse. It's literature. Especially writings having excellence of form or expression and expressing ideas of permanent or universal interest. Literature stands related to man as science stands to nature. J.H. Newman. An example of such writings, what came out, though rarely literature, was always a roaring good story. All right, look at this. The body of writings on a particular subject, scientific literature. The body of written works produced in a particular language, country, or age, French literature, Renaissance literature. Printed matter, such as leaflets or circulars, campaign literature, the production of literary work, especially as occupation, literature is his profession. That's a good one. You understand? Because especially back then, there were literary teams. All right? Literature. Not necessarily history, you know, to be a good story, but with historical things in it. But the question is, what happens when you got literature that contradicts? What we gonna do then? What we gonna do then? All right, so let's go to it. Let's go to it. Let's go to it. All right, let me stop that. And let's look up something real quick. All right, let's look up the birth of Jesus. All right, we're gonna do multiple verse retrieval here. All right, the one in Matthew. Show something real quick. All right, and then the one in Luke. All right, so I'm gonna do Matthew 2. And we know Herod is there. Star, there goes Star. Then okay, so I'm gonna read Matthew. We're gonna read Matthew 2, 1 through 4. I'll give you an example of literature. And how literature at times contradicts itself. Now we're gonna deal with the birth of who the world called Jesus. All right. We're gonna see if there's any type of contradiction in the literature. All right. And then I'm gonna jump over here and go to Luke. All right, go to Luke real quick. We're gonna pull these things up and look at it. All right, Luke 2, 1 through 2. All right, Luke 2, 1 through 5. All right. All right, so let's pull this up. Multiple verse. Matthew 2, 1 through 4. And then we're going to do what? Luke 2, 1 through 4. Yeah, 1 through 4. Both of these about the birth. Both of these is about the birth of Jesus. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. See what we got. Let me share the screen with y'all. My bad. Over tripping. Share screen. Bing, bing, bing. All right, let's cook. All right, let's cook. Let's cook. Let's cook. Let me know if y'all can see that. Y'all should be able to see that. Should be popping up. All right, there it is. All right, so first we're going to do is Matthew 2. All right, I got 2 scriptures to talk about the birth, when who we call Jesus was born. All right. And again, if you ain't ready to be real with yourself, you're not ready to have no conversation with me. All right. All right, Matthew 2. I'm trying to get this to shrink back down quick, y'all. There we go. Scoot over, come up some more. Scoot over, down some more. Right there, Matthew 2, 1 through 4. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of who? Herod. Herod. This is Herod the Great. All right. Herod the Great. Type him in so y'all can know when he died. I'll look at him too. Because what he did, he couldn't have done. You dig? Like what he did, if the Messiah was around, in other words, he wouldn't have been ordering the decree and slaying of infants. You dig? If the Messiah was born in a period 10 years after he died. Okay, so Matthew 2:1 says, now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of who? Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east of Jerusalem, saying, where is he that is born king of the Jews? We have seen his star in the east and are come to worship him. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Messiah should be born. So Messiah is about to be born while Herod is living. There will be no issuing of killing babies 2 and under had not the Messiah been born during Herod's life. Do y'all understand that? All right. Now, when was Herod living? All right, let's go show. All right, let's go show it. I'm just gonna put it on. I'm just gonna put it on entire screen. I ain't gotta keep going out. All right, this right here is Herod. All right, Herod the Great. All right, king of Judea, foreign king, imposter king, right? King of Judea from when? 37, 36 BC to 4/1 BC. Herod never made it to the common era. So if he died in the year between 4 and 1 BC, then that order he gave to kill the infants on behalf of Yahshua being born means Yahshua would have been born BC. Herod never made it to the common era. Y'all see that? If y'all understand that Herod had to be alive to issue the slaughtering of the babies, as we read in Matthew the 2nd chapter, give me a 1 up in the chat. That's all I'm asking. Give me a 1 in the chat if you know he would have had to have been alive to issue the slaughtering of the infants. Meaning Messiah would have had to have been born during Herod the Great's lifetime. But it's just one problem. Herod didn't make it out of the BCE range. Y'all see that? Okay, y'all understand that. Okay, again, we're talking about who? The time period in which the Messiah was born. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go to Luke's version. Luke's version of when the Messiah was born. What does Luke say? And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. We got to go look that up, don't we? When was Cyrenius governor of Syria? Was it during the time of Herod the Great? Let's see. And all went to be taxed, everyone into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was the house and lineage of who? David. Now, let's go look up Cyrenius. First tax was made when Cyrenius was the governor of Syria. That's Cyrenius. Let's just look it up on the fly. Let's look it up on the fly. Cyrenius. Governor. Hey, look, it pop up. That means people looking at it. This is my first time looking at it. It's crazy. Oh, good night. See. Ah, see. Now we got a problem. The census of Cornelius, enrollment of the Roman provinces of Syria and Judea for tax purposes, taken when? 6 CE. Between 6 and 7 CE. But Herod died back between 4 and 1 BC. So we talking what? A whole decade earlier. So when was Messiah born? Was he born during the BCs or the common era? Was he born under the rule of Herod the Great, or was he born under the enrollment of or the census of Cornelius? Because you can't rectify both. They're over a decade apart. Luke is saying Messiah was born during the census of Quirinius. Huh? Huh? Yeah, but that was between 6 and 7 CE. Huh? Oh, wee. But your boy Herod in Matthew 2, Herod the Great. Type him in again so we can. Herod the Great. Hold on. Hold on. So in which time period was Yahshua in the Bible born? Do y'all see this? Matthew was saying he was born during the reign of Herod the Great. Well, he died before the Common Era. He died in 4 BCE. But Luke is saying the Messiah was born under this census that took place between 6 and 7 CE, 11 years later. When was the Messiah born? Because you got two, how many of y'all knew that you got two different time periods of the Messiah? You got the Messiah being born twice in the Bible. Tell the Millie Mouth Negro that. You got the Messiah being born twice in the Bible. Within a decade of each other, and I can prove it. I ain't make it up. Herod wasn't even alive for this text. Huh? Cyrenius, governor of Syria census. That's what I typed in. All right. It brought right on over here. Look at that. So Luke, let's go. Look at it again. Everybody don't think we playing games. Matthew the 2nd chapter, Herod. Put Herod right there. It's the same Herod that ordered the slaughter of every male child 2 and under at the end of Matthew the 2nd chapter. Huh? But Herod died when? Right here. Right here. When? 4 BC. Okay, let's go back. Go back. Luke. Right? This taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. They're giving you a time period in which this took place. Right? Okay, well, let's go. Type in Cyrenius governor of Syria census. For tax purpose taken when? Ooh, wee. 6 through 7 CE. Ooh, wee. Ooh, wee. How do you look? Look, y'all. Does that harmonize or is that a contradiction? Hey, true about this. Unless y'all telling me Jeebus was born twice. Let's y'all try to tell me he was born twice. Huh? But that happens. Y'all, you're dealing with literature. That happens when literature is, you know what I mean, starts contradicting. You're dealing with different sources, people using different sources to write things down and using literary teams and all that. But I'm saying he would have to been born under one or the other. And if he was born during this time around the year 6, that means by the time he made it to the year 33, in which they claim he was crucified, 33 minus 6 is what? 27? That means he wouldn't have been 33 years old. He'd been 27. See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of stuff started unraveling. When was he born? Under Herod's rulership or during the taxing when Cyrenius was governor of Syria? Matthew 2, 1 through 4, Luke 2, 1 through 4. Dang, you think that's a coincidence? Those chapters and verses match up the way they do? I know. I may want to calm it down for right now. You know, you can't be messing around and drop the whole 100-round clip in this deal. People get mad. People get the foaming at the mouth. People start being cool with you after a while. It did. But that's a legit question. Either Messiah was born twice, or we got a contradiction on when he was born because he can't be born under Herod's rulership, and then when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. You see that? Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. I know, man. I know. Ain't nothing but love over here, though. Nothing but love over here. Let me stop that screen. Bing, bing, bang. Bing, bing, bang. All good, family. Man, I pray y'all got some understanding up in here today. Right, he was born twice and he was born again. Max, you crazy, bro. But a lot of that is out here, y'all. You see what it is. You understand? History versus Literature, Part 4. Yeah. Nazarene Edition, Part 107. Star Prophecy. Anybody got any questions before we get up out of here? Go ahead and shoot. Go ahead and shoot your questions real quick. And then I'm going to get on up out of here. Get with the fam. Make sure everybody good. Y'all let me know. It's all solid over here. We've been on about 4.5 hours. Going strong. They got Jesus born 2 different times. What's up with that? Under Herod's rule, and when old boy Quirinius was, whoever his name, he was governor of Syria. That's crazy, man. They got him born twice. When Cyrenius was governor of Syria. So either he was born up under Herod the Great, or when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. But all that's 10 years apart. Which I missed that one, huh? Still, yeah. There's many other things. Once you slow down and just reread what you're looking at, all that stuff start jumping off the page at you. You're like, dang, that's crazy, man. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So, history versus literature is a different lens, but it makes you more accountable. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got a gang of videos on her, bro. Some of y'all send the brother I Love Yahuwah. Send him a video, bro. Just get on the channel. This channel we on right here, and just scroll back. I got one I did probably about 4 or 5 videos back called Saul of Tarsus and Roman Intelligence. Look at that. But I got a gang of videos on Paul, man. It's Saul of Tarsus. Gang up. But I did one a couple. This is Nazarene Edition 107. Go back to like 103 or 104. You'll see. Just listen on in. You'll start seeing like, dang, dude, straight off. Yeah. That's what's up, though, King. Bless you. I love Yahuwah. Bless you. I look, hopefully that's a king. It may be a queen, but bless you regardless. All praise. Anybody got any questions before I get out of here? Let me look at my phone. See. Yeah. No, it's not just the family line. It's not matching. Scripts are Matthew chapter 2, 1 through 4. Forgive me, Queen. I love Yahuwah. Forgive me. But the 2 different births of Messiah is Matthew 2, 1 through 4, and Luke 2, 1 through 4. Right? And then just Google in Matthew 2, Herod is still alive. So just Google Google Herod the Great. They're going to pop up a whole profile of him when he lived and when he died. Then type in Cyrenius, governor of Syria, census. It's going to pop right up. And then you see when it took place. It did. And it took place a whole decade after Herod died. So either we got 2 births or we got a contradiction. Same with Judas, who betrayed Messiah. He died twice. He died twice in the scripture. 2 different ways. I was going to show that, but I'll say that to the next time. It is. So, yeah. Don't be out here gullible and, tiptoeing through the tulips. Know what you're dealing with and know what you, know what you're dealing with, know what you're getting yourself into. We can talk all day about belief. I believe. Look, when you going to get to the point to where you know what you're talking about? Anybody can believe whatever. You understand? Like the one brother talking about the fish that do push-ups. You dig? Black Jesus minister running around here talking about the snake that had legs. You can believe whatever. Tell me what you know, though. Tell me what you know. And that's what I don't hear. I hear a whole bunch of mumble mouthing. Ain't nobody talking about what they know for a certainty. You dig? So much love, family. I ain't seen nobody else. Let me see. How do you post side screens like this? What side screen? I mean, on StreamYard, they got different. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They got 8 different screens you can use, or you can post your stuff. What else? How do you get things to pop on the side screen like that, man? With words, coming up. I got some words coming up, Doula. You probably got on the caption. Probably on the caption. Thea, all praise to the Creator. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Y'all, this coming Wednesday, y'all beloved brother Selah Shalom got a debate over the gods on Sinetta channel with a gentleman by the name of G-Con. I don't even think it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be slaughter. Matter of fact, it ain't what I think, what I know. He don't know what G-Con don't know what he getting himself into. You know what I mean? Like, you really don't. I mean, I understand, and I can actually salute the zeal to get out there on blind faith and just let it fly. You feel me? He don't know what he doing though. He don't know what he doing. You dig? So that debate coming up this Wednesday. I think it's around 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sinetta. Create a gang. Make sure y'all tap in and support our brother. See live, you listening, get a flyer together. We'll promote a hard body. Any other brothers and sisters are going on different platforms, please reach out to me. I will promote everything you got going on. You dig? It's time for us to cross promote all the stuff we got going on and spread this thing like a virus worldwide. You dig? So yeah, make sure y'all tap in, support the brother. Me and a couple other brothers gonna be in the back chat when they open up the channels, and it's wartime. You dig? As soon as they open up the gate, we in it. You know what I mean? All good. Look at my bro Max Lowe. Max Lowe say that when you approach reading the scripture with this mindset, I am now seeing new stuff all through the Bible. Reread 1st and 2nd Samuel, and it blew my mind. Absolutely, brother. So look, man, nothing but love and light over this way. I love every last one of y'all. Indeed, in the truth, I salute you all in the name of the Creator, Isaac W. Real thing this, all right. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. We love y'all too. Bless up. And understand this, man. Create a gang. You bring them, we raise them. Salute the Nazarene, the Scene, Ebionite, Faithist, salute. I'll go over to our sister channel. Nazarene, Faithist, Sisterhood channel. If you can, set apart living, drop the link in the chat. That everybody can go click on it right now and just get a notification. Y'all tap that in, and that's live in less than an hour. Because you on East Coast time, I'm on Central. So yeah, in less than an hour, in 45 minutes, less than 45 minutes, those sisters gonna be live. When our beloved sisters, Kepha Yisrael, gonna be on there dropping bombs. You dig? So we support. That's what we do out here. We support each other in what we doing, because we a family. The family's supposed to be tight knit, well coordinated. You understand? Disciplined, militant, and lovable. Love on one another, man. You dig? So I salute all y'all. Indeed and truth. Pray for the sick amongst you. Work on getting work on detoxing that belly, detoxing that blood, right? Getting them dead animals up out of you, right? It's a lot going on, and it's a lot more you could be hearing and tapping in by eliminating, that dead flesh. So much love, family. I can't, Becky, don't have it. Who don't got no wrench? You want a wrench? I can get y'all. And yeah, I probably do that too, because sometimes when I be going live, everybody got a wrench don't be available. So I'm probably going to give wrenches to everybody I know that's going to hold it down. Get her a wrench. Okay. All right, everything. So y'all act like y'all see some Russian whores up in there. I don't see no. When we used to go live, all we used to see was them Russians. Like, dang, what is y'all on? Okay, y'all good. Okay, so if it ain't no questions, y'all, I'm gonna slide out. I'm about to get ready for our sisters to go live in like 40 minutes. Sit back and watch that and tap in. Probably after they, get done with they open up the chat, I might tap in Check sisters out, salute all them and all that. We did. So I salute all you brothers and sisters. Shout out to my Nazarites, my Scenes. Shout out to the faith that's in the building. Create a gang, man. Look, you bring them, we raise them. Salute you all in the name of the Creator, the Great Spirit. Bless up. Till the next time, family.